PKA 622 with our guest Freddie Hernandez. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew and Lock and Load, two of the finest dick pills in America, in the world, I'll say, and we'll learn more about them later. Freddie, thank you so much for joining us this evening from your fancy-looking office or wherever you are.
Yeah, thank you for having me on again. I just got a new house, so there's probably a really nasty echo. I'm in my guest house, which is sort of my office, and it's just it's super empty. I mean,
you got a
looks
house
like I'm a squatter.
with a guest house, and that's your guest house?
Yes. So that
place looks dope.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm about to release a video on like me getting this house, and it's a project house, so it needs a billion things. But I like it. It's in a cool area, and it's on a lake, which I always enjoyed. But
it doesn't look like a fixer-upper, dude. That thing.
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at a corner here. I mean, to be fair, I like the bricks and I like that light there, but that's all I could see, Woody.
What is the wood on the walls?
Lifestyles of the rich and famous. Oh my! Blue wall.
No,
hold on,
wood wall. The wood wall. That looks.
I got a wall over here. Okay.
That fixture hanging from the ceiling. That's not like some construction grade brass thingy.
You know what? That looks like something you'd see like over a table at P.F. Chang's.
Yeah,
very high class, very fancy.
I was actually gonna do some interior decorating, and I want it to look like an Applebee's. Just shit everywhere.
Oh yeah,
that's what I want my house to look like.
Yeah, it's always time for anytizers.
I choose to believe that could be in P.F. Chang's is like the height of Missouri compliments and decor.
Oh yeah. Not really. P.F. Chang's not that big here.
I grew up in New Jersey, and when I was a kid, fine dining for me was Red Lobster.
So, Red Lobster is fine dining.
Oh, okay.
I'm also from New Jersey. So.
Wonderful.
I remember thinking like put your church shirt on, like that level of thinking for like a Red Lobster. Because in my head, anywhere you went where there were like living creatures available to select, that was like creme de la creme. Like I in my head, no one even told me this. This was an assumption I made as a child. I'm like, oh my God, like lobsters here, like fresh, like this must be for rich people. And like the cheddar biscuits didn't clue me in as a 9-year-old that I was not in a rich person establishment. Yeah. But yeah, that place is not great. They've fallen off.
Why is Red Lobster not a rich? It was the cheddar bread you said?
Yes, I mean, biscuits on the table let me know that, and on the fact that it wasn't fine dining. The biscuits.
How dare you besmirch the name of Cheddar Bay biscuits? Okay,
thank you.
Also, the enormous Red Lobster on the side of the building.
Dude, I gained a noticeable amount of weight once when I was like 23, 24 because I found boxes at the store of Red Lobster cheddar biscuits, and like. When you buy the box from the store, no one can tell you how many is a serving size. And so I was making
big boys do what they want.
Big boys do what they want. I was like experimenting like Walter White style. Like, no, that's too big of a biscuit. You're not getting the right quality. That's too small. It's too crispy. And I ate boxes worth of it over the course of about like 10 days until I was like sick. Like I do that with food sometimes.
The 98% pure Cheddar Bay biscuit. Was that?
Yeah. The guy at Red Lobster's like, you're not a true professional. And I'm like, well, then why are my Cheddar Bay biscuits cheesier than yours? And they're like, he doesn't even speak Spanish like everyone else in the kitchen. Like, how's he going to survive? I'm rewatching Breaking Bad right now. That's the only reason I can remember those scenes. That's a great
one fun fact. I just bought a car that was in a metal recycler's yard. It's a Dodge Viper in Albuquerque. And that metal recycler's yard was used in season 2 and 5 of Breaking Bad. So you know that magnet scene?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
I know
that was there. And I talked to the owner, and apparently he's like friends with Vince Gilligan, and it's really, really cool.
That's really sick. That like Woody, you will rip sometimes on the Breaking Bad where like you're watching a whole scene out of a tailpipe. That's true. It's pretty over the top sometimes. But honestly, this rewatch, I haven't been noticing that much. But what I do notice is like Chrysler must have shoveled money into Vince Gilligan's mouth, because there is the most jarring scene. I watched it while I was working out earlier today. The most jarring scene in that show is not any murder, any torture. It is Walt and his son spending 4 minutes of screen time in the driveway with fucking Skrillex playing with two very average cars with like, whoa, a V6 Challenger and
like a 300C,
okay, a Star T8, whatever.
This is a man who like a few months ago was like barely getting by, and now there's $100,000 worth of cars in the driveway, like brand new ones. I thought it was cool.
I rewatched the scene because it's going like, and it's just
so
a fucking
really good,
Chrysler 300, like, and it's panning back and forth, and it shakes on the engine as though it's like, whoa, how's Walt Jr. gonna handle this?
There's another scene where Walt throws a temper tantrum and like destroys a car in a parking lot by like just doing donuts or something. Do you know this scene?
I think that's in the same episode.
Is it?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So his wife is making him return their son's beloved new car. So he takes it and does some donuts before he returns it. You know,
I think he destroys the car. Yeah, he destroys
crashes
it
on accident and then just burns it.
Return it.
Doesn't care.
Nice.
Which would be a cool amount of money to have. Do you ever imagine yourself just getting so sick of a car, Freddie, you just burn it?
Oh, I've done that. I mean, like I've not burned it, but we have taken it to the scrapyard and told the guy to make it dramatic. So he picks it up with this giant crane and then like snaps its back, and it just looks pretty gnarly. But yeah, I've done that to projects and cars I have a lot of money into, and I'm like, I can't.
Yeah, Taylor, obviously he's done that. We've had a glimpse into his guest house already.
Oh my God. You got a guest room.
Should give that away. Okay.
Hey, this man can afford electricity and bricks.
Electricity, bricks, a roof, all the features, all the hits, all the classics of the house.
He has hardwood walls and high-end fixtures and
hardwood walls.
Hardwood walls.
I think.
Is that what they're called?
Welcome to Lifestyle for Rich and Famous. Tonight, they have these hardwood walls.
Yeah, the reconstruction wasn't going too bad until I got hoodwinked into those hardwood walls. he was convincing. He was clever.
Worthy of P.F. Chang.
Yeah, they have hardwood floors. But have you ever crushed one of your cars into one of those cubes, or have you ever been there in person? Seeing a car crushed into a cube? I'd love to see that someday.
Yeah, so not my personal car, but when we went to this recycler's yard, this dude, like the owner, he took us into like the top of his like incinerator, right? The car crusher. This thing can crush a car in like 8 seconds. They had a giant pile of metal that used to be a 747. So I started like filling my pockets up with stuff because I'm like, I don't know, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
But they had like 4 cars that they put on this conveyor belt. There's this one dude that is controlling the conveyor belt, the actual like crusher part that goes up and down, and it's like a roller thing. It's basically like a rolling pin that just crushes all the metal, and then all of that gets separated into their various components, magnets, and all that stuff. But it's absolutely insane. It's the most violent thing I've ever seen. And what's cool is that they said sometimes they forget to take the gas out of these cars, and then when it explodes, everything explodes, and it literally is like a bomb going on.
That's neat.
So the guy that is controlling everything, he's behind like 3 inches of bulletproof glass, because at any point, one of these things could fucking explode.
Yeah, I would be as well. But I mean, job satisfaction. Think about that. Yeah. Like just seeing cars be crushed all day. Getting better at it, or if you even can get better at it.
So it's like car crusher, then like porn star, and then like podcast host, and then everything else,
Yeah. Or, have you ever seen those machines that you can throw like a whole washing machine into, and it just has teeth that come in like that?
Yeah. So
I would put
that's
that guy a little below the crusher.
Yes, so
and well above podcast
for a living.
Well above podcast host. Hydraulic press guy. You could just be an Eastern European and just be like, hey, hello everyone. Today we are doing the hydraulic press, and it's like this has 5 million views.
If you have access to a hydraulic press, you can make yourself a YouTube channel. That's
the problem.
I mean, the slow-mo guys didn't own those cameras at first. They were just borrowing cameras.
Yeah, I mean, but like a hydraulic press, you'd run out of things to, crush And then after a while, you'd have to really, lean into the personality, because that's what I get from my hydraulic press channels.
I think you're 100% right. I used to have a series where I microwave things. Didn't take long for me to be an expert in microwave reactions. Like, oh, this
soup! The soup!
Just soup. No, it's going to get too hot. Take it out.
Like all spray cans, whether it be like expanding foam or spray paint or whatever, do roughly the same thing. They catch on fire and flame spurt. You've got your like plasma variety of things, and then you figure it out pretty quickly. Then your surprise is faked.
Yeah, of course. I mean, how many people are asking in the comments, like, after 1 million subscribers, do you put a baby in? Like, you need to up the ante,
They all wanted me to microwave a microwave. I didn't know how to do that.
Do they?
You just need a big microwave and a small one.
A daddy and a baby microwave, I guess. But
yeah.
I don't think it would blow up or do anything interesting. You just have a hot microwave.
Well, inside the baby microwave, there's a propane canister. So would be good.
A little Inception.
Or maybe an oxygen canister. What happens if you fucking microwave one of those compressed O2 canisters that's at like 4,500 PSI?
I bet it's enough to get the attention of your homeowners association.
Yeah. I bet the FBI
I didn't sign that paperwork.
At that point.
But I had at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Getting something from a homeowners association, like before you've agreed to it's kind of like, yeah, I don't know about this whole jazz you're trying. Like, I remember that.
No, thanks. Yeah. No, I love the microwave channel. The most ridiculous thing was that your videos kept getting pulled down and demonetized because for danger. And then meanwhile, like you and I are doing this show every week together, and I'm like, oh man, your microwave video got taken down because it was too dangerous. You're like, yeah. Shucks, I blew up a car out of a helicopter. We almost lost control halfway through the video. made 80 grand.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, what happened was everybody hated me. Like, that was the problem. The actual problem was people reporting the video to YouTube because everybody hated me. Yeah.
Yeah, it was that, and like the problem is the knuckleheads who like view the thing have no, I don't know. They just don't care, I guess. You would think that it would be all about content creators and like, hey, everybody seems to have there seems to be some guff about your microwaving things. What's that all about, Mr. Woody? That should have happened, right?
Yes.
And you'd have been like, oh, you don't even know. My fans are kind of silly. They say that it's dangerous when I microwave grapes. Meanwhile, my buddy over here, Kyle, he's in a helicopter this week. See? Yeah, you know what? You're right. You're 40. You were 37 or something at the time. Like a very much grown ass man. Like it was silly when those got taken
about
down.
your age now. Time flies.
Yeah. When you're having fun. Yeah.
Did the channel get taken down?
No, they just the videos.
The videos just kept getting demonetized, and then like they don't get spread. No one sees them. Like,
well, if they're not monetized, what's the point, right? Like. Because you're springing for a microwave every time, and you get, I don't know, whatever, $50, and then our spray paint, and then the trip. Like, all right, now we've got $250 and our time in this video. Hopefully, it makes that back, and then everybody has fun. I'm not looking to get rich microwaving shit. Just wanted to show y'all something cool. But in the meanwhile, it's like, God, y'all are costing me money to microwave.
Just feeding money to Samsung.
I'm not buying these in bulk.
I would fill the whole pickup truck filled with microwaves. I'd be set for like a couple of weeks, and
cool.
How much you were getting flagged was spent getting microwaves and setting this up and making videos and editing them and then putting out videos to get demonetized.
It was my full-time job.
Not just the microwave part. That wasn't his full-time job. The gaming was the main.
YouTubing.
Yes.
YouTubing was the full-time job.
Making successful videos. And it was like, man, it's nice to get in the sunshine and microwave something instead of grinding out another game of domination and talking to somebody about puberty.
It was just like someone who worked at Maytag flagged you over and over and over. Just like, I got this guy on the hook. Another $80.
You stop buying Samsung or face my wrath.
Mr. Gamertag.
That's actually a really good idea. So have you guys had any other ideas for YouTube channels or YouTube series that are sort of, zany, off the wall, but just like kitschy and stupid enough that they would catch on? So this microwave thing, obviously, it can catch on, but it's a little bit weird. Any of you have like some weird idea?
I think that sometimes it's as much about who's doing the video as what the video is about. Because Taylor mentioned hydraulic press channels are a little more interesting when you got some weird guy with an odd accent talking about it, and he's fun to be around. So that's a big part of it. There was this guy that was in our fan Discord who was kind of down on his luck, and his situation was that I think his mom had divorced the dad, and so now now dad and son are in like a really small apartment staying, and he's gaming still, but in his own little corner of this little apartment. It's kind of sad, and his dad's asleep. He's got to be up to work in the morning, and so this guy's hungry, and he's cooking some food on the balcony, and this really it's like a George Foreman propped up on a cooler, and like it's really jerry rigged, and there's extension cords, and he's got spices, and he's live streaming this while he's cooking, and I was like, this is pathetic mealtime. This is your new. Every week you show up and you cook a new pathetic meal, and I'll help you come up with pathetic meals.
Ramen every week.
You're gonna. I wanted to make. Corn dogs.
You could make ramen at a George Foreman grill. Watch me.
I wanted to make corn dogs, but he didn't like the idea of being called
bologna sandwich of nothing.
Yeah, it hurt his feelings to be pathetic mealtime because it was a accurate window into his life at the time.
Yeah. So he wasn't doing a bit. Like he was like, he wasn't like, hey, everybody, watch me cook this for a lark. He was like, this is. I mean, I'm cooking. I mean, he did also do that to stream it, but
he turned the live stream on.
So I had this this really, really stupid idea, and it was called, I was going to call it like just off screen. So I would take these famous movie moments or scenes, and then I would say, here's what happened 500 feet away. And then it would just be a camera going down an alley, and then you'd faintly hear what's going on in the background. So let's say, the Avengers, during the first Avengers in New York, but then you just have a camera into like some alleyway in New York, and you can faintly hear something. And then it's that for whatever length of the movie is, and then that's it.
Just being close to where the movie was filmed.
Just close enough that you can't really make out anything.
This is the fucking restaurant from Taxi Driver, and it's just 3 hours of that.
Exactly. It's just
remember all those classic scenes? We won't be going there. We'll be staying right here.
Yeah. Remember that part? Yeah. No, that's not in this.
Remember when he says he's talking to the mirror, that really intense scene? I don't know where that is, but that scene where he's walking slowly past the delicatessen. Here we are. I'd say you storm that beach, and I'll be right behind you if I see success.
Yeah. That's. I'm definitely going to put a lot of time and effort into that.
I'm sure.
Absolutely.
I can't think of many like chintzy, like hokey kind of channel. Like really, the hydraulic press jumps out to me as like the biggest one. Can you guys think of other stuff where it's like or there's like those like videos you get suggested by like Dude Perfect, and it's just like a bunch of people pretending to be really excited about shooting basketballs off of like bridges and things. And I guess that's kind of the same thing over and over.
Try guys, same thing.
What is their content like? The Try Guys, they just eat.
What Taylor just described. They try stuff. And
and
sometimes
they're one less now because
sometimes they abuse people. I think. I think they try that out.
They abuse people.
Isn't that what they were trying out? I can't remember.
The staff,
One tried cheating on his wife and he got fired.
I heard that part. I didn't know anything about those guys.
No, that's what I meant. That it's like, how do you get fired from a YouTube channel for cheating on your wife? That was so bizarre. Like if Woody, like we're not firing Woody.
Jackie's on the outs though.
No matter what happens over there, I'm on Woody's side because he's my friend.
and then and nobody was on his side about it either. And I'm outside looking in, right? So I don't know. Like maybe this guy, maybe it was all, I don't know, but it seemed weird to me that a YouTube channel could go under.
I did read something because I wasn't familiar with them, but apparently like their brand or his brand personally was like huge, like Mr. Family Man, like this, that, and the other. And that was part of what made him endearing, I guess, to the audience.
See, that's weird to me too, because I don't understand what happens on, all right, so like the big family audience finds out, or in reality, 25% of them find out. Yeah. We upload another video tomorrow and pretend like it didn't happen. What happens? That's what they should have done. I don't understand how
it would have blown over by now. I bet
you should have just done the ride or die thing with we're expanding the family Mormon style.
Yeah, whatever it takes. I don't. That one didn't make any sense.
A couple extra wives.
I think it's just the amount of public knowledge about this, because he was going out in public. Like, I don't think if anybody has any issues with their spouse or whatever, that's up to them. Who cares?
I like all of those medieval channels where they do like medieval weaponry, and the guys who are doing those channels seem so into it that you're like, dude, you were wearing that chainmail long before you turned the camera on, weren't you? Like that's your jerkin. You made that. Yeah. But there's a guy
well-worn Renaissance attire.
He's just so interested in what would be the superior weapon to have on a medieval battlefield. It's you all think it's this big sword. No. It's the spear.
It's a gun.
That's
a great channel for like ancient history. It's like we're comparing every ancient weapon to the gun, and like and every single lineup. It's like you remember that show Deadliest Warrior in like 2004, where it'd be like the samurai, the Celtic warrior, whatever. Who wins? And it was like this bullshit where like some fake scientist would be like, data scientist here. It turns out the Celts, we're putting 10 points out of 15 in their stamina because they can drink a lot, I guess. And that's like the level of sophistication. And then they would do a dramatization at the end where it was like 5 people dressed up in a Halloween store quality like Roman gladiator outfit, and they'd be going up against people in an equal quality of like a Chinese, ninja warrior, and it would like say like, oh, final score. 4 dead for Chinese, 5 dead for the Celts. So the Chinese win. Do that, but with guns.
So it's basically Goku versus Superman.
It's Goku versus Superman, but I add an interesting layer because it's not obviously if you go 5 Navy SEALs versus 5 Roman gladiators, the Navy SEALs are going to win. It's going to be what is the amount of gladiators needed to eliminate 5 SEALs in a Coliseum atmosphere.
How about 1 Navy SEAL, 2 AA-12s, 100 centurions, and a sit and spin, and just watch him like.
I bet it would take more than 100 dudes because you have to factor in that like
you gotta reload.
In this scenario, the Romans are going to have like there's going to be like a solid minute where the Romans are so afraid because they think it's like a thing from the Lord. So you have to equate that in because they won't know how to anticipate it. So I bet it would take 150.
Or do you pick off individuals?
It's not going to matter. They're going to come kill you.
Is there elevation at play?
Like they're fast.
No,
they're running at you. Like
you're giving them a lot of bravery.
The Coliseum
they're dropping off like
it's
flies.
It's their job.
Ranged weapons.
It's what they came there to
do. I've come to do things before and said, this seems like a bad idea.
I bet you show up with some Romans. Fucking like, I don't think they're running away from the guy with the loud stick that killed 30 of them. They're like only 30. 30,000 were lost in the wars in Angola. Forward!
Well, I said 100 on purpose. I needed them to like cut down some numbers, right? We should see good.
They get the catapult out. Like they wouldn't care.
You're right. After they figured out, like, you can only kill one of us magically at a distance at once, and then
it's like that scene from Rick and Morty where he like.
But look, we're talking about it. So it's a good idea.
That Deadliest Warrior show was such a crack of shit. I met the guy one of the guys who produces that show, because he wanted to talk about doing a thing, and he was such a bullshitter, such a liar that I didn't want to work with him. He showed up really late to the meeting. We were at a bar and a hotel in LA, and he shows up to the meeting like very fat, slovenly looking guy, and which I don't know, he wasn't dressed well, and
he doesn't look like a deadly warrior.
No, he didn't at all. But he's at a business meeting.
The deadliest warrior, heart disease.
He's trying to get me to come do a thing with him. And his excuse for being late was that he had like saved a woman from a purse snatching or something, like a carjacking, purse snatching type situation. Like this guy was trying to drag her out of a car, and I was like, "Hey!" And he saw me, and he took off. And I comforted her real quick, and asked if she needed me. And I'm sitting there like, you are a liar. you stopped for a chili dog. It's on your shirt.
Say you slept in, man.
It's okay.
He made up a story about fighting crime on the way to the meeting.
He was probably intimidated. He was like, damn, I've been LARPing as a Deadliest Warrior expert, and here I am going to meet a real Russian warrior.
Face to face with fucking Spetsnaz. It's just, yeah.
So have you guys seen this show? I think it's called Northwood's Law. And I watched like 2 episodes of this thing. And it's about like the fish and game wardens of like New Hampshire. And it's interesting because I watched 2 episodes and nothing happened. Like it's a literal show where nothing of value happens. And then I go, this had to have been canceled in the first like 3 episodes. It has 16 seasons.
Jesus Christ.
It's so long running. It's insane. So like in one of the episodes, one guy, he tickets a family that's fishing. These with like an 8-year-old. They're fishing in front of their house. And he's like, well, you don't have a fishing license. You know, that is not okay. You know, you can't be out here fishing. We got, we put them in there and you can't like, and this is the entire, like, there's an arc. There's an arc to this. First, he has the binoculars in the woods. It's like, I saw you fishing. I've been here for 3 hours watching you guys fish. You can't say you weren't fishing.
That guy's got nothing to do.
Like, dude, you got paid for this? Like, come on. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Game wardens. So I've got a ton of experience with game wardens. Game wardens are awful. But like people who don't hunt have no idea. Like, why would they? You never run up against one of these guys, but they have like so much power to go onto other people's properties without any sort of justification. There's like, I was investigating, so I went onto his property and while I investigated, like that's trespassing. No, it's investigating. They're just out there like walking around on your land in hunting season, not wearing orange, trying to catch hunters up to no good. And when they catch a hunter, they take his truck, his guns and stuff, like $50,000 to $100,000 for the shit, plus fines and maybe even jail time. It's a scary job, if you ask me. You're telling me you're going to corner a hillbilly in the woods? Tell him, come on out of that tree. I'm going to take your truck and your guns away. Yeah, that gun you got there, that big one. Yeah, give it to me. I'm taking it away. Like, it's like he might just gun you down in the fucking woods and go home.
Yeah, I think we'd hear about that if that happens.
The problem is in the show that never happens. So I don't think
catch anybody.
Yeah, they never catch anybody. They spent a good, I think it might have been a 2-episode arc where they're trying to find out who shot at a turkey and missed. They had 3 days of investigation. They had like forensics. They had dogs looking at it because apparently, if you shoot at a turkey and miss, and the bullet goes into somebody's yard, then you're liable for whatever happens. And like somebody filed a complaint, and the person that filed the complaint, he used to be a game warden too.
Oh, so these guys
now,
are such.
It was nuts. And they had like, there's 2 hunters that were like completely, they followed everything to the letter of the law. Right. And they called them in. They said, oh, you're going to have to come in. You know, you might've been hunting illegally. And they were like, no, we weren't. You know, we'll come in and tell you everything we did. They're super straightforward, forthcoming rather. And they ended up like taking, revoking their hunting licenses for like a year because they shot at a turkey and missed. It's such a bullshit show, but I love watching it because it's like.
Have you watched Ice Road Truckers? Have you guys seen this?
Of course.
Oh yeah,
I know of it. I've never watched it.
Is the most boring concept ever. You think Ice Road Truckers and like trucks are going to start sliding into the lakes they're crossing or whatever? No, they're just trucks driving on icy dirt in the winter. The trucks don't even get that cold, I guess. They keep them running all the time.
Yeah.
Well, that's really about it. Have you ever had a long drive and it got super boring and you had to deal with that boredom? That is what it's like to do this job and to watch this show.
On a special episode of Cold Trucks.
Episode of Cold Trucks.
And they're just like
coffee.
Yeah. There's like dramatic music explaining that he leaves the truck running when he's not using it so that it stays running.
People watch
Thank God.
Otherwise it gets cold in there.
It's why I don't understand people who watch the bulk of reality TV. It's all like that with that fake dramatization of like, oh, when we come back, like Big Mike got sucked into the gold siphoning machine. and you come back and Mike's like, my sleeve almost went in there. Did you see that? Like your sleeve almost went in there?
Dude, I remember like when this show, like Moonshiners, probably late 2000s, like I remember seeing a few episodes of that, like at my dad's house when I was home, from college, and like being befuddled to like, where are they making money with this? Like, it's clearly just money from TLC. or whatever, because they'll be like, yeah, we got to be careful. The cops are coming. And it's like there are 15 camera crews on you right now with a big, you have correct lighting on you in the middle of the woods. Like you're like you look fine. And then I would look at it and they'd like lift up a jug and be like, this is a good batch right here. And I'd be like, that's, if I were to buy that equivalent of vodka at the store, it would set me back $19. Like, where's the margin here, gentlemen? Like, who is buying this shit?
You know
There's no way.
The worst part is the reason bootlegging existed, most people know, is because of prohibition. You couldn't get it. It was illegal. You were making something they didn't sell at the fucking store. So your quality didn't even need to be that good. It's legendary. If somebody had some good tasting moonshine, they're like, oh yeah, oh Pappy Cork. Like he can make the best stuff ever. It's legal now though. So all you gotta do if you want to make liquor at your house is go to the ATF's website, find the form, print it out, fill it out, and mail the bitch in. You get a license to make the shit. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Get your alcohol license. You can just make the shit. The whole show is based on the idea that they're doing something that's illegal that's not illegal.
Oh yeah. And I know people who like make their own alcohol, but it's like people who are like, I tried to make a wine and it was fun. Oh, I got a little beer kit and I made it. I don't know anyone in my life who's ever just like, I want to get fucked up on something I made, something that could blind me.
You want to watch a real reality show where somebody's actually coming to get you? Have a black man with a reality show where he sells loose cigarettes on the side of the road.
Oh, you'd need a lot of like. I got rotating.
He's like, I got 15 Newports. I got 8 Marlboro Lights. I got 4 Cools. Like he's just going through them. And the cops would show up and take his ass to jail if they caught him for selling those loose fucking cigarettes.
Yeah, but then what happens in the show?
He goes to jail, and then he gets out. He's like, "They got me again."
Actually, I guess this is no less exciting than these other shows.
It's better than most of these others. It's the world's most deadly job.
Because maybe they show up and like, "Show us your hands," and things go poorly. I think
the best sort of hood show that you could ever make was already made, and it's Bait Car, and I can't. I could not stop watching that. Because it's the excuses that these people made when they got caught. It's like, oh, some guy just told me to park it down the street. He gave me $50. You're like, yeah, this makes sense to you? That makes sense to you?
Or they'd be
humans
like,
interact in this way.
I remember seeing one where the guy's like, oh, this isn't my Tahoe. And they're like, where's your Tahoe parked, sir? And he's like, I don't have a Tahoe.
All right, I'm a level with you here. I don't
actually own it. It's right here.
Just leaning all your weight behind an excuse where you don't have like a second
I clearly don't know where mine is.
Yeah, I think it was stolen. Someone stole my Tahoe. So this was a corrective steal. Yeah, Bait Car was a great show because you would get funny stuff in it too. Like when they would remote lock the car doors, that was always good. Where they would kind of realize, like, because you get going in a car, you think you're home free. Like you're in a car. Of course you're home free.
The bait car videos where they know it's a bait car. They know they're being filmed and they're performing for the cameras and leaving the door open while they drive it.
Yeah, I just see some. That's so funny. The guy driver's like, "Yeah, I know it's a bait car. I know it's a bait." Like announcing it because he knows there's microphones and cameras. I'm surprised you haven't seen that one, Freddie. Yeah, he just keeps the door open as he's driving.
I've absolutely seen that. Yeah, it's like, listen, I know this hooker is a cop, but I feel like there's like a 10% chance that this is still going to work out. So I'm going to ask her to do art.
Yeah.
See, that's the best reality TV. The
you want to suck my dick while we listen to Mozart?
Cops was the best.
The symphony.
Didn't they bring back Police Activity or whatever it's called? Not Police Activity. What's it called? It's not Cops. There's like a modern day version of Cops. I know they took it down for a while after.
I don't know. You're the one who watches. Live PD. Is that what you watch?
Live PD. That's what it is. Yeah. We watched a ton of that in jail too. I like Live PD.
It seems stressful to watch in jail.
Yeah, it is. Jail.
Usually they would be like, it was funny because they're like, do you mind if we come take a look in your attic? And he's like, yeah, look. And they were like, no, don't let him look. And then they went up his attic and they found his shit. and the guy next to me was like, you see, I told you, you never let him in.
Dude, for all those convicts in there, it's like you're watching a scary movie. You're like, no, don't let him in. Don't agree. Make him get a warrant.
No one knew where this was going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't watch any reality TV, really.
Speaking of things we watched in prison, that Yellowstone show is now the biggest show on TV.
Really?
My grandpa likes
really?
it,
like 25 million viewers or something. The most streamed show on television now.
Is it worth watching? Or
I've been telling you it's worth watching. I like it a lot.
Oh, I thought there was
video.
I like it a lot. It was on the other day. I wasn't watching it, but I was like, wait, is that Yellowstone? Yeah. Wait, didn't someone just shoot a rocket launcher? Because I'm not into the new season. They're like, yeah. Like, oh, wow, things have gotten wild since I last watched. They just had guns. Last time I watched the show, they got rocket launchers now. So, no, I like that show a lot. I like Kevin Costner a lot. I really like his daughter in the show. She's super hot. She gets very naked.
Very slutty one, the attorney.
Yeah. She's real hot. I like the whole show. I don't care the fake cowboys. That's kind of
it's a television show.
Mm-hmm. I have a feeling the one guy's not really a Navy SEAL.
Yeah,
I'm not sold.
No.
I he might be stealing valor. It's possible.
Oh well, I'm in favor of that.
I'm wondering, exist anymore?
The what?
Real cowboys exist?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Really?
Probably out in like Montana, Wyoming. Out there,
but okay, so I'm thinking of like Pony Express cowboys, not like I wear a hat and I wrangle cows.
So there are enormous cattle ranches where they have beef cattle by the tens of thousands that a few dozen cowboys live and work on that property and move that cattle from field to field to graze and be sold, and separating heifers and calves and doing all being a cowboy, that sort of thing. So traditional cowboys, a lot of what they were doing, and like the reason why the West made all those cool movies, they were on a cattle drive. They were taking those cattle in mostly settled Texas, also the cattle we stole from the Mexicans and brought into Texas, and they were driving them up north to the newer territories that were more Indian rich to feed all the settlers and stuff like that. It was big business. Those were the real cowboys because they were out there fighting Indians and moving cattle through thousands of miles of wilderness.
Yeah,
but we're talking about some like Kevin Costner cowboys with silver belt buckles and $1 million ranches.
Oh, okay, so like W2 cowboys.
Sure. Well, no. He's completely he's a fraud. He's from fucking New England.
Oh, okay.
Like W's not a real cowboy. He just likes clearing brush for the cameras. Like there are some real deal cowboy men.
You said W2?
George W. Bush.
No. Like I mean,
I thought he meant
like
the tax form.
Like
the tax form. Yeah.
I thought of like George.
I'm
W.
like. No, I thought Kyle was going to take great offense and be like, they're 1099 cowboys.
That's what I was about to
say. No, that's you.
Where's Kyle going with this outrage?
I love the way your mind works.
They pay their own Social Security tax, man.
I didn't even know that was the difference.
It's one of them, yeah.
But yeah, there's still cowboys, but because there's still beef to be had. It's got to be moved around.
They're cowboys, and I guess modern day cowboys. But how much is a horse still the best tool to hurt? Like, why isn't a dirt bike or an ATV better?
Probably no hands on the horse would be easier, right? Yeah. Like you got your hands free for stuff, whereas with the dirt bike, you'd at least have one hand on there. I'm not a cowboy. I don't know.
That makes sense. And if I'm on a dirt bike, let's pretend that I could ever, on my best day, rope a cowboy. I will instantly crash.
Rope a cowboy.
Yeah,
you
don't touch my sexual preferences.
Yeah,
they'll pull me off the bike for sure. Maybe I'm seeing the fall in this.
We hired cowboys once when we had that trouble bull. We couldn't catch this bull. He was basically feral. He had horns.
Like off Craigslist. Where do you find him?
Went to the cattle barn. Every region has one where they take cattle to have them sold, auctioned off. And there was a poster there that said, "Trouble cows, cowboys fix it. $50 an hour each." And it was like, all right, boys, $50 for each of you per hour. All right, $100 an hour. Did it
specify if they were W2 or 1099 cowboys?
They're 1099 cowboys.
That's a very
They're cash cowboys.
No paperwork required. And so they showed up with. 2 dudes, 2 horses, and 2 or 3 dogs showed up to catch that thing, and there was no way you could have done what they did on dirt bikes because they're in the woods. They've got they got that rope around the horn, and they're constantly slinging it. It gored the horse though, so that's one thing that a dirt bike could.
Was it okay?
Would do better. Yeah, it's easier to fix.
It didn't die right there or anything, but it gored the horse in the neck, and they called it quits, and they left.
You think if they didn't do the job, gored a bike, you think it'd be all right?
Yeah, you can't. I think
it'd be
bike.
repairable.
Yeah, you can't gore a bike. It'd be all right.
So the horse did die.
Not that I know of. They left to get it taken care of, but I didn't see the wound. But I'm told it was just like a flesh wound. But it gored the horse. They got paid. They left. We went and got a tranquilizer gun. Darted the cow.
Oh, so they got paid even though they didn't do the job.
It seemed like the right thing to do. Their horse.
They got
hurt.
paid for the attempt. They're like a bad comedian.
They've been there all day.
Hey, you got cows on your property?
They went out there.
I am an attempted cowboy.
Nobody
What's
laughed.
the deal with my horse getting gored? I'm supposed to be a cowboy. It's like, shut up. I'll pay you to leave.
So, question. You guys are fairly well known. Do you guys get weird DMs from accounts that say that they're models or something like that, looking to either catfish you or blackmail you? You ever got that before?
Ooh, no. I have my things, I only use Twitter, and I have it set up so you can only message me if I also follow you. Mm-hmm. And I don't use Instagram or Facebook or any of that. So
what's interesting is that I've found it's been happening a lot more recently. I have my Instagram DMs open, but I rarely check them. But I did an event called SEMA. It's this big car show in Las Vegas, and I just did a meet and greet, and a bunch of people tagged me. And afterwards, I would just look on my mentions, and then I would repost the stories. Mm-hmm. And somebody said oh, well, I really liked your car and whatever. And she was, I don't know if it was a she or a he, but let's just call her she for the sake of argument. She said she was a model, and she was like, oh, I really like your car. I said, thank you. Cool. Then she started saying stuff like, hey, can I get the contact info of your friend, who I also do a show with, mm-hmm. Because my friend is a porn star, and she would go nuts if she knew that he was following her. And I'm like, what? And then it's it's a little weird. And then she started getting real explicit with me, saying all this, oh, I'll suck your dick, all this stuff. I'm like, okay. What the fuck is happening? This is nuts. Because you said, hey, I like your car, to fellatio within 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
And
not a natural way for women to be in the DMs.
No. But it didn't raise any red flags for me in terms of if you look at somebody's profile, they have 6 followers and it's all stolen pictures. It looked like she had, an account for 2 years. She had 1,000 followers or something like that. It just looked like she was an aspiring model. And I'm like, this is pretty nuts. This is stupid. I saw that one of my friends liked one of her pictures, and I go to my friend, I go, hey, do you know this girl? Do you know this? Do you know this person? And he goes, yeah, I think she messaged me or something. And it definitely seems like a scam. And I'm like, I want to know what the scam is. I need to know what the end game here is. Mm-hmm. So then I go, hey, listen, I know you're not who you say you are. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Okay. I'm totally fine. I'm not going to report you or anything, but I just want to just please level with me, because I want to know what the scam is.
Explain your business model.
Explain.
I'm thinking of getting in the catfish business.
I want in.
I too can post pictures of hot girls on Instagram.
Right. Yeah. So it looks like, whoever it was, they stole a bunch of pictures from some model Snapchat, and then, now is masquerading as that person. Mm-hmm. But then she was like, no, this is actually me. I go, okay. So here's what I want you to do. If this is actually you, make a 5-second video saying, hey, Tavarish. You don't have to be naked or anything like that. I'm not asking for anything like that. Just camera on you, just say, hey, Tavarish. That's all. And what she sent was so incredibly bad. She found a 5-second, video of this girl like dancing and her mouth slightly moving, and she dubbed over like, "Hey, Tavarish," and like you can hear the mic pop. And I could not stop laughing. I'm like, listen, I edit video for a living. Okay, this was not even a high school level attempt. Please don't. Like, one of my favorite lines from Batman the Animated Series is, "You can think I'm stupid, just don't talk to me like I'm stupid." And it was such a slap in the face. I'm like, okay, listen, I get the adherence to the bit, right? I get you're dedicated, but like you really don't have to do this. Like, just please tell me what's the goal here? And she's like, no, this is me. And what I can figure out is that this person is going around to these, kind of well-known YouTubers or whoever, and they're probably trying to get them to like send a dick pic or something compromising, and then they would use that as blackmail. And it wasn't like something, it wasn't like an Indian thing, it wasn't like a Somali or like a Nigerian thing.
Yeah.
Because they definitely had the vernacular of like a girl, down.
They're making this AI thing, this voice changer for the overseas customer support to make them sound like white Americans.
Wow.
Because I don't know about you, but frankly, if I'm trying to get something solved and they transfer me to like overseas, I'm like, you're not the guy. You're not the guy I need. I have an account problem. I don't have a little $5 issue. I need a guy, and you're not the guy. So now I'm mad. They're coming with a voice changer thing to change their voice so that it's like, "Hi, I'm Eric. How can I assist you today?"
That's insane.
Meanwhile, it's like, "Hello, I am Eric. How may I assist you today?" And it comes out like that on the other end.
But it's weird when like even if they have the inflection and the tone correct, like just the words that they use are incorrect. So I had to book a hotel, just I don't know, some Holiday Inn, and instead of going to that Holiday Inn and just calling that place, it rerouted me to freaking Kolkata or wherever.
Yeah,
and like they say all the right things, but then they say like, "Oh, I'll do each and everything." Like,
yeah,
wait, what? It's like each and everything. Okay,
I'll do the necessary as a comment.
Yeah, I'll do the necessary.
I'll do the necessary. That's a really
necessary.
Is
an
one
Indian,
of the guys,
like vernacular
Indian thing. Yeah,
interesting.
One of the guys in our Discord he paid for a voice changer. I guess it's supposed to be a good one. And I guess it uses AI, and you can feed it samples of someone, and it'll learn to speak pretty well like them. And it's got some preset ones like Donald Trump that I guess it has like done its best. And when he would speak through it happens instantly. Like he's speaking into it, and it's just instantly changing it to Donald Trump. There are a few words where it's like, yeah, that was Donald Trump. Donald Trump just said that. But then it's like, that's not Donald Trump. Like, because you start seeing that you really have to have cadence down. You have to know when Donald Trump breathes, how long how his pauses go, and are, and but it's really fascinating how it's that like $5 a month program or whatever it is pretty close. You would imagine that like the deep state, the NSA, they've got the good stuff. They could just be you in a heartbeat, on the phone, in a video call, instantly. Like, remember when I used to put that goofy frog man over my face with the that VTuber shit? Like, they can just do that and be another person. That's who Biden is.
He's a bot.
I don't think the deep state's nearly that.
Deep state bot.
I bet you become part of the deep state and you're like, my IT department runs on COBOL and like all this shit. Like, this is a 1970s mainframe and our searches don't work across databases.
All that shit is like getting so good with the deep fakes and like the fake voices that like in 10 years they can have a video of some politician like being like, here I go to Epstein's Island to have sex with like and do stuff, and like they can be like, oh, that's fake. And everyone will have to be like, there's no way to know.
That was one of my mispredictions about politics. I know I talk about politics too much, but I thought that, there's routinely fake news put out there everywhere, and people believe these silly pictures that have been doctored. I thought there'd be videos of, whatever, Donald Trump saying that he likes little girls or something, and then
we'll get
everyone who's predisposed to dislike him will believe that video is true, and everyone who thinks that does like him won't. And then we won't know what's true and what's not. But that hasn't happened.
My thoughts on Donald Trump is that he's that old school kind of shitty white man who just likes big tittied bimbos. I guarantee Donald Trump's real feelings are like pedophile. The fuck, she's not done yet. Give her 2 more years, James.
Yeah, let her
I didn't want to talk about this. I didn't want to be forced. The media, the mainstream media, I'm talking about. They forced me to talk about this. I love big tits. My God, it's clear. It's clear. I love big tits. I love
How did
them.
You not go with I cannot lie?
I can't lie. I love big tits.
I cannot tell a lie.
And that's something. Honestly, believe me, it's the thing I respect most about Bill. We both love big titty bitches, My God, when you've ever seen a big titted woman jog, it's
if she doesn't have 2 black eyes, I don't like her.
Jog. My God. his lower jaw thing.
We're on Trump. Did you guys watch his announcement speech at all?
No.
I couldn't find the whole thing. I just found like snippets.
I saw snippets. Yeah.
Is it good? It depends on who you listen to. I watched Hannity go on for 20 minutes about how amazing it was. Yeah, he thought it was fantastic, and he had Jim Jordan on, who thought it was fantastic, and a couple other cheerleaders that were new to me that said that it was fantastic. He stuck to his message. If he keeps doing this, he's our next president. And then I listened to the left-wing news. They said it was boring. There's footage of people trying to leave the room and security stopping them.
That.
I saw that, and I'm like, okay, I can see it, so I might believe it's true, but it might not be because it's boring or they're trying to make the room look full. Maybe
it's a security issue, and people are trying to go into the side room when the president's talking. It's like, whoa, this is a secure area. Hang on.
It's like nobody comes, nobody goes while Trump is in here. We've vetted you guys. This scenario
that makes sense.
So it could have been a security thing, but they're painting it as no one could leave the room so that the room didn't become empty. It was low energy and boring. Yeah. So was it good? Depends if you liked him already.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun again. I'm looking forward to it. I hope that COVID stays away. Seemingly it just went away, or we stopped.
Yeah, nobody cares anymore.
Did we stop pretending it's real, or did we start pretending it's not real?
Asking the true question. Let me tent my fingers and think about
my
this.
God. Like I don't even know. Like I haven't gotten my second booster. I've gotten the 2 vaccinations and then a booster. And is it time for another booster? Are you getting another booster, Woody?
I
do what
COVID.
Woody does. Woody, I got my motorcycle. I
do what Woody does.
I'm gonna get my tattoo tomorrow.
WWWD.
It's a donut, and my girlfriend's is the donut hole. I'm not doing that. But Woody did get it.
Yeah, I got the booster shot before that trip to Mexico last year. Because it just seemed like if I was going to take a flight, I ended up waiting in customs in what is basically a big room with 1,500 people in it. And it made a lot of sense to me to get the booster shot. This year, I think I am going to get it, but they have a combo flu COVID shot.
Ooh,
and the flu is particularly bad this year, they say. In North Carolina in particular is like one of the worst states for the flu.
We didn't have any flu last year. So weird.
Came back with a vengeance this year.
I do get that.
Every other year.
Mm-hmm. Every other year. Classic flu pattern.
It's like the alcoholism gene. It skips a generation,
It skips a generation. Like baldness. Just
so I don't know if I'm right or not, but I'm like, if they got flu and COVID lumped into one, I'll get one of those and have an easier winter. A friend of mine, a flying friend, just came down with the flu recently, and it sucked. And it was like, yeah, I'd like to not get that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do it then. I'll get it. I'll get it. I don't want to. I know people that got COVID and they've got permanent issues, whether it's respiratory or just not being able to smell. Like, I don't know about you, but man, I want to be able to smell things.
I like
what if you step in dog shit and you don't know?
You would know if you stepped in dog shit.
There's long COVID, which is like a long-term brain fug, and there's something else that sometimes long COVID people get. Like, it sounds like it really sucks.
Respiratory issues, and there's some. I've heard some sort of like something about their brain function is different. Like I remember when they went through all of those scary things, and it was almost like they were making them up to get people like us to stand it to get in line for their shot. Because at first they were like, "You don't understand. This is killing 0.007." You
don't understand.
You don't get it, man.
Are you obese, elderly, and diabetic?
No, I'm young, strong, and incredibly fit. They're like, what get you? And I was like, oh, really? Yeah, it'll make it so you can't breathe good. Try pumping iron then. And I was like, well, I better get in line.
So I had, these symptoms of long COVID. I got COVID like 4 times. And it got progressively like less shitty every time. And I got 2 vaccines. I haven't gotten any boosters, but it's the first one sucked real bad. But that's before we had a vaccine. And then I had basically 6 months where my brain just like I couldn't really function all that well in terms of like focusing on stuff. So like when you make YouTube videos, you have to be on, you have to understand, awareness and like present things to the audience and have energy and things like that. And I could not get through a scene. Like it was real bad.
For 6 months?
Yeah. And I had to like sit down and like really, like I had to write down essentially a script. Like I'm pretty unscripted. Maybe I'll write down a bullet point every once in a while, but like I had to literally think of the words I had to say the next, right before I said them. So that sucked real bad. I didn't get any like smell or taste symptoms, which was fine. I didn't cough all that much, but I had the craziest fatigue ever. And I was wondering, I'm like, am I just depressed? I'm like, is this just like a severe depression? Because I can't get up from bed. Like I just can't. I have no energy. It feels like someone just took like my. I just can't recharge myself no matter what I do. If I, go outside or try to get some exercise, it's like everything just sucks. So, it was about like 5-6 months of that. And then I got, incrementally better. But yeah, I mean, I had COVID 3 more times after that. And it was just like the flu you get, when I get sick, I just spike a fever. And then after 2 days, it's gone. But then you just infect everybody else. So that's fun.
You look back on
how
the
are you
flu
doing
and
now?
I'm fine now. Yeah, I mean, it's no issues. Thankfully, but I know a bunch of people that got COVID. Actually, one of a family friend, her son, which is my age, died, but he died, sort of controversial opinion. Probably he was unvaccinated, but like he also died because he was in Kentucky, and oh my God, is the healthcare system like garbage where he died.
It's been my experience with West Virginia.
Like I had a person that I know a few of the people here in Florida that like run the hospitals, and we have the monoclonal antibodies. So if you had COVID or like you were just experiencing symptoms, they can give that to you and you feel better almost immediately. Like this is like Regeneron, like this is what they gave Trump, and he was like, I could kiss anybody, I don't care. Like that stuff really works in certain circumstances. And we were trying to get him on like a private plane to get him over here, just like something to save this dude's life. And they were fumbling around with his medical records. They said, we can't release him for 3 days because we have to get the records from this other place. And they said, you need to put him on a ventilator. And then they told the family, you need to take him off the ventilator because he's just going to die. And this was within like 4 days. Like he had like a little bit of a fever, and then he was getting a little worse, went to the hospital in 4 days, dead.
It's a lot of conflicting info in 4 days. Yeah, do this, you have to. Take him off that, you have to, or he'll die.
Yeah, exactly. And it was crazy. And this guy had 2 kids and whatever. And I know that it's that's the case for a lot of people. And going into the research now, you see that the ventilators, they could help people, but they could also, you basically have to restrict the lung function so the ventilator could do its job. Sometimes they were overinflating things and they were damaging people's lungs. So
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why can't they oxygenate blood the same way they do, or a similar way they do kidney dialysis? Why can't they pump my blood out of one end and oxygenate it in the machine, like kidney dialysis type
like
machine?
Blood doping or something?
Well, no. Just have a thing that oxygenates blood.
Get it. Like, why do they have to make your lungs function? Why can't they?
Yeah, it does seem
route the blood out of you and back in fully oxygenated. It seems like
maybe like your lungs die if they're not being used or something.
You could fill them up with some sort of liquid to keep them inflated.
Give them some busy work.
I just made that problem up. I have no idea.
Have you ever seen that? By the way, have you seen that breathable liquid?
World,
yeah. That what? The
breathable liquid, that pink fluid.
I have it. I don't trust it.
In the Abyss?
So in the Abyss, there's a scene.
The documentary in 1989. Yeah.
So in the scene that you're talking about in the Abyss, when Ed Harris gets in there, that's really liquid around him that he's not breathing. When the rat is submerged in that oxygenated fluid, that's real. That's a rat breathing in that fluid, surviving while breathing fluid. That's real.
I would like to know, during childbirth, like what kickstarts a person to switch from the umbilical cord to the lungs?
It's usually the birth.
But specifically, look, I know.
Doesn't the baby get smacked by the doctor on the back often?
Is there like a button on their anus and you just sort of pop it and make them start breathing?
Well, not on their fucking anus.
The button,
that's the way that I deliver babies, and I'm a little offended.
It's the on switch, yeah.
Woody thinks that circumcision isn't traumatic enough. He needs to.
That's what they said. That's what they did to Brendan Fraser. Do you know the Brendan Fraser story?
Fucking
circumcised.
All right, so like Brendan Fraser isn't going to the awards ceremony he just had a big movie, The Whale. Everybody's loving it. It's his comeback thing, and everybody's like, well, "Why did he leave anyway?" Turned out there was some Hollywood bigwig guy who gave Brendan a hug one day, reached all the way back, and massaged his taint with a few fingers. Brendan is like, "Whoa, that guy grabbed my taint. He massaged my taint," and everybody was like, let it go. You can't work here anymore. And
holy shit.
And so now they asked Brendan, "Hey, you coming to the award ceremony?" He's like, "Absolutely not. Mama didn't raise a hypocrite. I will not go there where they, allowed that man to do that to me and didn't do this and that. No, I'm not going."
Good for him, man. Good for him. That's great.
Yeah. I didn't know that until yesterday. I read that. That sounded. I saw like the quote of him like explain. He used the word taint. He's like, he massaged my taint.
He touched my gooch.
Yeah. He grabbed him in a hug and like reached all the way back and is like in this man's ass.
I would hate that.
I guess at a party or something, he went back
down
there
for a little taint massage. Taylor?
That would take me. I guarantee
this was like never fucking miss a Golden Globes again,
dude. This is not a cute guy. This is some like fat Weinstein looking guy.
Zach, find me the guy who molested Brendan Fraser. Find me a picture of him, allegedly in Minecraft. Brendan Fraser, on the other hand, very good looking man back in the day. I remember my high school teacher.
Not so much anymore.
Not, I mean, okay,
not so much anymore at all. Zach's busy, but I really want to see.
I'm not judging. I live on Ugly Island with him, but
Does this guy look like Chris Hemsworth in his prime or something?
So Brendan Fraser played George of the Jungle back in the day, like all ripped up, 6-pack, like good looking guy, and he was like an action star, right? In the Mummy movies.
The Mummy, yeah.
And then they didn't let him work for a decade or so after they molested him, and he wasn't in great shape during that time. He didn't keep his 6-pack.
Okay.
Stressful situation.
Zach, can you show this picture as a guy? I'd let him massage my taint. You guys are being ableist or good looking. You telling me that guy doesn't know how to work a taint? That's what you're saying?
I don't want to be touched by him. I don't want to be around this person.
He runs the Hollywood Foreign Press. That's what it says behind him. So I'm guessing he's a big wig.
Is there a more flattering?
Can you show a picture of?
It couldn't be a less flattering one.
Yeah. This guy is a choosing beggar. Right?
If this is not what he looks like.
Not a choosing what?
Makeup.
He's a choosing beggar. This guy wants what? Only hotties to massage his taint? No, Brendan Fraser. Get off your high horse and understand that you and that other guy are in the same league.
Isn't this a fat suit?
It's a fat suit. It's a fat suit. Brendan might be 220 now, but he's not obese.
I choose to believe that's Brendan Fraser.
It's not.
I hope he gets his career back. Look at that, George of the Jungle, looking good. I thought that movie was awesome. That was an awesome movie.
It must have hit you at the right age.
It hit me at the right age. I bet if I watched it now, I'd be like, "This is dog shit." But when you're 9,
look, he's got the fucking veins showing down by his Adonis lines,
right above his dick root.
Yeah. This is a guy who's pretty leaned out there. Yeah. It's impressive. Yeah.
I don't want to join Team Kyle Taylor, who's all picky, but I'd let the guy on the right massage my taint, but not the one on the left.
See, the guy on the right is the guy who was having his taint touched when he was fit, and it was so traumatic. And then they blackballed him, I guess. And then he can't play the Mummy for 12 years, and then he gets fat, and now he has to play a fat guy in a movie called Whale.
Yeah.
No, that didn't do that to. If taint massages did that to your hairline, I'd be bald as fuck.
Bald as fuck.
I love the. Did you see
There'd be
what
a lot
he was
of girls
wearing?
running around bald.
Yeah, did you see what he was wearing? What a despicable industry where you can just be like, this high-level executive just touched my asshole, and everyone's like, you're fired. You're fired, and I'm going to pretend to not see it because I don't want to not be able to work on the Mummy 5.
It happened to Terry Crews too. I remember him like speaking out that someone like grabbed him and it really inappropriately, and everybody wants to laugh it off, but you would never do the same if the roles were reversed. And I can't imagine how many dudes have not spoken up because either A, they were just like, oh, fuck away from me, weirdo, and they just didn't care, or it was just guys who were like, I don't want to be the next Brendan Fraser. Let's
for sure.
Yeah, get back. David Schwimmer's just like, get in there deep, boss. Get in there deep.
Here's the thing.
There's a reason Matt LeBlanc got the spinoff.
Oh God,
Joey.
Terry Crews, that happened to him, and then he still got work, kept his 6-pack. Brendan Fraser didn't get work. Didn't keep the 6-pack.
I think his hair though. Maybe that's the.
I think there's a
they both
pattern
lost
here.
the hair.
That speaks to Terry Crews' mindset.
Blackness.
That's right.
It speaks to Terry Crews.
I don't know who that is, but I know he likes taint massage.
Did that guy? That's the molester that grabbed Terry Crews' butthole.
Oh, okay.
That's the Terry Crews accuser. Man.
Well, the accused.
Yeah.
Are these people not in? Like, did they not go to jail?
No,
they don't go to jail.
Don't even lose their job.
They're Hollywood executives. They do whatever they want.
They don't.
You don't like me touching your taint? Sorry, I guess you don't get to be in the Mummy 4. Oh, and everybody else who's working on the Mummy 4, a tacit agreement here, guys. Shut the fuck up, or you're out of the industry too.
Who replaced him in the Mummy? Was it Tom Cruise?
All right, so Tom Cruise did make a Mummy movie, but that's not a replacement. That's a decade removed. It's more of a revamping of. That was part of them trying to get the Universal, trying to get the Universal monster like verse off the ground.
Universe,
the dark universe. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm just trying to draw inferences about Tom Cruise's willingness to receive a taint massage.
Tom Cruise is the one who gives the taint massage. He's very high up. He's like CQ 45 now. Whatever they're fucking.
Is he like a lieutenant in the space fleet?
Oh, he's a fucking brigadier general space. He's the space admiral of the fucking Milky Way. He's commander of the Galactic Navy. He's emperor of the motherfucking mankind at this point. Tom Cruise is the guy. They talked about how important his wedding was as an event. Like back in the day when he married Katie Holmes, they were like, this was at this time. It was the greatest event that had ever happened in Scientology history. It was the who's who. And yet the founder of Scientology's wife, we got the guy who runs it, Miscavige or whatever his name is. I can't think of it.
David
his
Miscavige.
Wife. Where's his wife? She's not there at the most important event ever. And so Leah Remini or whatever her name is, she files a missing persons report on this guy's wife, her longtime friend. She hasn't seen her in 3 years. Disappeared. LAPD threw it away. That was like 8 years ago. We still don't know where this guy's wife is.
Jesus. And it's not going to come out.
Haven't seen her.
Yeah, but Top Gun was awesome.
So fucking good.
Was the new Top Gun this good? The new Top Gun.
I haven't seen it, but Tom Cruise is good at everything. I know it's going to be good. I'm going to watch it.
I haven't seen it.
I'm getting a new sound system put in, and I actually wanted to wait until I had like full surround system.
Yeah. So I mean, of all people, I think you would have seen it, 10 times. But like that movie is so old school in its approach, and it's like a really good video game. Like you can replay it and rewatch it, and you'll notice a lot of different things. But I mean, it was fantastic. It was.
Have you ever seen Quentin Tarantino's take on the first movie, like him explaining that it's a gay love story.
Can you do it for us? Because I've seen it, but I feel like I don't remember.
He's basically
like
explaining that you got on one side you've got who's the blonde
Iceman?
Who's the Iceman's the actor?
Val Kilmer.
You got Val Kilmer and the Iceman with his guys. They represent the gay man. They're the volleyball guys with no shirts on, and they want Tom Cruise to come over to their side. And on the other side, they've got that hot woman who's there with Tom Cruise, and it goes back and forth. He explains it well, but like he goes to her house or she comes to his house. He doesn't fuck her. He leaves, and then in the next scene, she's dressed as a guy. She's got like a ball cap on and like a man shirt on. Now he's hot into her. Now he fucks her. And at the end, like he wins the Iceman over and he goes over to the gay side. And he's like, this is all about being conflicted and gay. That's what Top Gun is about. And he sold me on it. Quentin Tarantino can do it. I can't. And plus, he's got visual aids. They're playing the clips. Search Quentin Tarantino explains Top Gun.
Well, you really could do it. You just need to refresh it, dude. I
need my visual aids.
Andor with my wife, right? We watched all 10 episodes. We finished it, and it was a little slow moving over there. This isn't a huge spoiler, but the first couple episodes are about a caper, and then the last couple episodes are about like a prison type thing, and you're watching this unfold. Jackie could hardly pay attention anymore, and when she's done, because she's heard me talk about you, Kyle, so many times, she's like, instead of watching Andor, I would have rather had Kyle tell me what Andor was about. It would be a better version of Andor than Andor was. So
I don't know about that. I've heard really good things about Andor. They're all saying that it's the Star Wars story that has been that people have been wanting for a long time. It's sort of a noir detective-y. No Jedis spinning around doing space magic, mostly just more grounded, gritty content.
Didn't Hutch last week say it was like the best Star Wars thing?
Hutch says lots of things.
Oh, come on. No, that's why I watched it, actually. It was Hutch's recommendation. And to me, Andor didn't suck. That's too strong. But I feel like nobody would be paying attention to Andor if it wasn't part of the Star Wars universe. Like the only reation it's interesting is you're kind of like, yeah, these are the guys that find the Death Star plans someday down the road.
Yeah. Did you see? So BlameTruth made a response video after our episode last week. Of course. And I think the video is called "Hutch is an Idiot," and then the thumbnail is like a very unflattering photograph.
We got to get them both on for the debate.
And it's, I think it might be a 20-minute video of, he plays a few clips of the show. I think he's complimentary. I skimmed, and but he really gives Hutch the business, and then defends his own points once again. So.
It's like internet
infighting. We need to have them on together. I feel like those two could like each other.
Nah, we need to have them box each other. That's what needs to be done. They box each other 3 rounds, 2-minute rounds. Winner has to give some money to the other's charity that I'm sure they'll make many
Winner
times
gives
over.
money to a charity.
Okay, first of all, I'm offended by the charity thing that they're not making money off of this.
So they are making money. You didn't let me trail off appropriately.
I'm sorry.
See, the loser has to donate $5,000, but they're gonna each make like $100,000 on the fight, so it's fine.
Winner gets to touch the loser's taint.
BlameTruth and
oh, yeah, that's good.
Who wins that fight? BT or Hutch? We have very different body styles here. So BlameTruth, fitter. I would argue. Currently,
he's a weightlifter. He's a fit guy.
Oh wait, can we pause there?
I'm gonna say he's about 5'7", 5'8". Sorry if I'm undercutting you.
Can we stop on the BlameTruth part?
Yeah.
Now I've seen pictures of BlameTruth on Twitter where he looks great, like
handsome fella,
fashion model adjacent. Like he got really, really fit. They were like 2-3 years ago. I don't know where he is now. Didn't he say that he stopped lifting and sort of fell out of the lifestyle?
But he's still fit-ish, and I don't think he's fell completely out of it. I would also argue, they both have bad tattoos. No,
Hutch has reach.
No argument there.
I'm not throwing stones about bad tattoos.
but I think Hutch is like a bird. He's got those hollow bones. He's like one. Remember in the Expanse, the people born in the belt, they're very tall and lanky, but weak bones.
Mm-hmm.
Like he pays a price for that.
So it is a viable theory that Hutch is from a low gravity environment.
So absolutely, I think he is. So Hutch has got to work the jab, and he's got to be mobile. Footwork is going to be key. On the other hand, BlameTruth has to make Hutch respect his hands so that he can get the takedown, because that's going to be his key to success.
Oh, it's
are
an
we,
MMA.
Are we talking
fight.
about MMA or boxing?
Oh, well.
Clearly MMA.
I feel like boxing would not be fair.
Hutch shows up with the boxing gloves.
It's boxing as far as you know.
BlameTruth shows up in fucking shorts and nothing else. He's just.
I mean,
he looks pretty ripped. I just looked him up.
Yeah.
Who does look ripped? BlameTruth.
Yeah,
I would.
Yeah, he's pretty fit.
Give me a link.
Damn fit.
I
mean, it depends. If it's UFC or MMA,
no, it's
rather.
boxing. I'm teasing about the takedown nonsense.
If it's if it's boxing, Hutch is like 6'4" or something. And really, if BlameTruth is like 5'9", we'll say, you know, Mike Tyson, a shit ton of reach difference.
Mike Tyson never fought an opponent that was shorter than him. You know that, right? Like all BlameTruth has to do is get on the inside and like box.
Yeah, I don't think either of them know how to box, so that's a wash.
Well, I think, to me, I see someone with really long, lanky arms and legs, and we're going to teach this person to be a boxer. It's going to be a lot harder, I think, than someone who's like, I don't know, more traditionally proportioned.
I feel like you'd have like just that built-in ring of defense being like.
I don't think Hutch has a sports background at all.
That's I can't put my finger on why I think that it's. What is an athlete, right? What is an athletic person?
One's from North Carolina, one's from Cali.
There's just a certain way that like an athletic guy moves, responds to threats, deals with like adjustments. Like an athletic person can just handle this. If I put an athletic person on ice skates and push them on the shoulder, they're going to handle it better than a non-athletic one, even on day one.
I think it's muscle memory,
and just even like muscle adaptation, new shit, right? An athletic person is going to learn to freaking kite surf quickly. And I don't know how to describe what athleticism is, but they just have that balance and that natural reaction
really
to
just
shit
physical aptitude.
Sure. Who would the undercard be?
So BlameTruth, I've never seen him perform athletic stuff, but he just seems athletic to me. It seems like if he were to hit a heavy bag 25 minutes in, he'd look like someone who knows how to hit it.
Yeah.
I would love to see that fight. I would actually care about that one because these guys actually do have beef.
I'd steal that for free.
I want to see them play Call of Duty first. I want them to like have to like play a round of Call of Duty on Bog, get a little mad, and then carry that anger into the boxing ring.
Yes, I would actually. I'm good with that. Yeah, they should have to play a 1v1.
They should quote Wings
Syndicate style.
Oh, Wings is gonna rap the quotes. And keep laughing, you effing maggot. Like you say that. Bring that in.
Man. Wings was so upset funny that night. I saw a clip from him recently. I guess he did play the new Call of Duty a little bit. Someone purchased it for him, and of course he's like, I don't even want to play Call of Duty. Somebody bought it for me. He's like complaining, and he's like, look, I made $12 the first hour I played. I need to be making at least $100 an hour to play Call of Duty. And so he plays like another hour of Call of Duty, and like, I don't know, maybe made $70 that hour, and that wasn't good enough. So he's like, I'm gonna play Rainbow, but he doesn't have any friends, and you can't play Rainbow solo. So then he has to go back to Call of Duty, and it was just real sad. But it looked like he was in a new room to me. Again, I was watching it in like a tiny little window, like in Discord. I didn't really care, but it looked like he was in a new room to me.
Like he's moved, or
like he's moved to a different part of the home because the floors fell in. Or maybe a change of fucking scenery. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
Is there a future for people like him? Because I don't know much about him and his story, but I know that there's been a lot of videos about his history and especially on the podcast.
Is there a future for people like him?
Yeah,
are we talking about white men?
Like DSP or whatever, right? Like people that are that have sort of kind of fallen off, but they have this like negative aura around them all the time.
Sure.
And they just put forward like negativity.
Did you mention EDP?
Yeah. EDP,
okay.
DSP.
Okay, so EDP is done. Like he's a pedophile who like takes pictures of his own doo-doo and sends it to girls. So like there's no coming back from that. Wings on the
Even I have a hard time pretending that's a good move.
Let that one soak in.
That is just a wild thing to do.
He took a picture of his toilet with poop in it.
And people who were setting him up made him do it. They were like, "Oh, what would get my little 12-year-old pussy so wet?" Is a picture of your big fat man doo-doo in the toilet. and this dumb motherfucker was like, he was like, oh yeah, for real.
Beating off, chitting.
It's like, it's like, look, I can get down with some freaky shit, but like not.
You think it was like a dick pic where like his first shit of the day, he was like, no. Not that. I can do better than that.
I ate a heavy breakfast. Give me a second chance.
You know what? Let me get
I didn't have
Taco
my
Bell. What is?
No, he can't come back from that, and I hope that he dies. Wings.
Absolutely.
Oh my
Wings
god! I
on the
just
other
looked at his poop.
Don't do
I'm
that.
not looking at that shit.
I don't
That's
see
too
any
late
shit.
now.
Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up.
Don't pull it up on the show.
Don't pull it
You
up
can
on the
click
show.
on it.
Wings, on the other hand, is literally just a different brain inside that like body away from doing anything he wants, because he has he can grab attention whenever he wants it, and that's worth way more money than he can actually get out of it. He has this thing. He has this network of channels who report on him. Now they always report bad, but if he did good, they'd report on that too. If suddenly he learned a new talent, if he went to fucking Ukraine and made war videos, they'd be getting hundreds of thousands of views, and they'd be getting pumped up on these other channels, and he'd be the fat American over there, like being goofy. Like if he like yucked it up, like I noticed y'all don't have a McDonald's. I didn't realize it was this bad here. My God. I knew it was war, but I didn't think it was hell.
We're just being like, look at these fellers
Wendy's, but
starving out here, and just showing like normal weight.
Wasted away to nothing. And it's just like
not a single razor scooter.
See what I mean? Like you tune in every week to see him yuck it up.
Not miss a second.
He would be the fat fish out of water in Ukraine, and you can be in the east part of Ukraine completely safe. He could make $1 million in the next like 2 years. He could do that. He'd ride that. There'd be 2 or 3 different things. There'd be merchandising. People would raise money. There'd be sub goals to send him to the western part of Ukraine, closer to the war. Fake it if you want to, fat boy, but cash in. He won't do any of this because he's afraid of airplanes.
To me, 10% of every donation goes to Ukraine.
Absolutely. Look, I'm just saying, he is a different person inside that body and that world that he's created for himself, away from just anything and everything that you could want, because he has so much attention on him all the time. It's all negative because he doesn't do anything worthy of positive attention, frankly. He doesn't have any talents or skills. He doesn't do anything incredibly impressive or altruistic or worthy of praise. Or
he's got to shift his mindset.
Okay. No. This sounds like this guy's completely irredeemable.
Oh, he's never done anything all that bad. He's just been like a scummy friend, basically. He's like the worst friend.
He's nothing
in your
like
friend
EDP.
Group. Yeah. EDP's a pedophile. He's a fuck.
Piece of shit. Like,
Wings never committed a crime, as far as I know.
Wings just doesn't show up to survival trips.
Okay,
so a whole other level of offense.
This guy's just lame and like a douche. The other guy's a pedophile.
What's that dude's name? Is it DSP Phil or something like that?
Darkside Phil.
Darkside Phil. Yeah. So he is would that be more like a Wings and not like an EDP situation?
So I'm not a huge Darkside Phil expert, but my take is that he's a smart fellow. That he's aware that he's portraying a bad guy online, and it's a bit of a persona, and it helps him get clicks, and maybe that's good for him financially. Wings is not putting on a persona. He used to try, but this is just him. It's raw Wings when you get him there, and he's not trying to manipulate the action because he can't. He's being manipulated by the audience, not the other way around.
Well, didn't Darkside Phil jerk off on camera when he didn't know he was being recorded?
Well, I didn't know that, but that's just funny. That's
actually pretty.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Someone brought up I Fly Illini the other day.
And legend.
It's sort of weird because I'm playing COD and I didn't know if my mic is broadcasting to my whole team. But I'm having this one-sided conversation. I'm like, yeah, that guy I Fly, he got this and that, and the guy in the game in Call of Duty was just like, wait, what happened? And I was like, yeah, this guy was kind of a popular YouTuber, made COD content. He got caught jerking off on Chatterbait, lost his Air Force gig. His wife divorced him, lost the house, lost his YouTube gig that was his side hustle, and had to go to making music, and became some kind of a music maker, but certainly wasn't the trajectory that he had intended, all because he jerked off. And he was a YouTuber that made Call of Duty content. And the kid in the game was like, that's fucking bullshit. And I'm like, yep, that's how it goes.
Yeah, somebody from YouTube contacted his commanding officer. It was one of Keemstar's friends. I forget. I don't want to get it wrong. Did he have robot in his name or something? But that happened. That little gang,
I don't know,
made his real life fucked up.
That seems insane because, like, you know, if the roles were reversed, this would be a slap on the wrist. Like if some Twitch streamer that was a girl did something like this, and then they'd be like, oh well, you know, that maybe they'll get a week ban at most.
Well, you know, the military is like real particular about that sort of thing. It wouldn't have mattered there. What
but I mean, like on the YouTube space, you know.
Yeah, but going back to where we started, Wings is very much redeemable. He hasn't done anything ever that a good apology and showing that he has actually chosen a new path, like through actions, not words, wouldn't fix. I remember when we told him like we didn't want him on the show anymore. It wasn't get out of here, never come back. It was, look, man, you clearly got some stuff you need to fix. Work on this, that, and the other. Maybe 3 months from now, let's talk. All he had to do was go do that shit, and we wanted him to come back. Like that was the deal. We were like, hey man, get your sleep schedule fixed. Do that. Like if he had been like texting me every morning at 8 a.m., rise and shine, buddy, and eating some oatmeal, and then at noon, like in the park taking a walk, and then at 5 p.m., you know what? Felt like taking a nap, not gonna do it. And then 9 p.m., hitting the hay. If he'd done that for a week, he'd have been back on the show. All he had to do was show that he could be an adult, and he couldn't do that.
I'd have just accepted being awake at 8 p.m.
That would do it.
That would be okay too.
Then he'd only be an hour late.
It was, yeah. He used to oversleep the show. So this was a frustration for me. The show would start at 8 o'clock. I think it was Fridays at the time. It doesn't matter. But the show would start at 8 and it would run to like midnight or something. And he said that completely destroyed his sleep schedule. And he blamed it on me. Like it's like, dude, you are 27 years old. You can't stay up till midnight once a week without wrecking your schedule.
You make your own hours and you're single. In addition.
Yeah, right. He doesn't have work to go to or anything like that. And then he would say that the reason he overslept, 8 p.m. mind you, the reason he overslept was that the week before he was up till midnight. And he hasn't been able to recover sleep-wise since. And I'm just, I can't accept that. Like, we were all up till midnight last week, and we still managed to get up at 8 a week later.
Woody's got a family and a job. And like a real job, like getting up in the morning and working.
and like Woody never said it either. Like throughout all that, when Wings had zero work ethic, at no point have I ever heard Woody say, you know, Wings, I don't want to be here either. You don't think I would have liked to had a nap? You do realize I have a bed above my desk right now. That's my fucking bed, you scumbag. That's where I sleep when I need to catch some shut-eye so I can be here. This is all true, by the way. Woody at his last house had his goddamn bed, a bed, above his desk, and he would crawl up in that bitch and catch a few winks and then crawl back down and get back to work. He wasn't showing up late for our weekly hangout where that was 2 hours. Anyway,
like a Japanese businessman,
like a Japanese businessman with Kramer fucking rolling him in the drawer.
Yeah, there was a while I worked whenever I was awake, pretty much, like for years. But I don't do that anymore.
Why not?
He doesn't have to.
Because I got enough money. Because that's the thing too. I will never be a billionaire because as soon as you put enough money in my pocket, I stop working. Like that's what happened.
That's most people, I think. Yeah.
I don't know.
Everybody keeps grinding away, even though it's not good for them health wise. Like everybody's feeling so bad for Kanye, and I do think he's gotten a bit of a bad rap here. I specifically don't like that whole statement about mental illness not excusing anti-Semitism because it excuses murder.
Yeah.
So if you're putting anti-Semitism as a worse crime than murder, then maybe we do need to take a look at something. I don't know.
It's a personality change. Like it's brain chemistry changes, of course.
But don't feel too bad
lots
for
of
him.
Things that you don't agree with.
$400 million after they ruined him.
Take your chain out. Doesn't start with me.
Take your chain out. Yeah.
How much money do you need to just never need to work again? Like $5 million, $75,000.
It depends what you want to do, but 3 gets you real close.
Just say like close. You live like comfortable middle class life, like you don't want a big mansion.
Let's say
house.
the S&P returns 7%. I think it's a little higher than that, but 7%. So 7% of what gets you by, Taylor? To 7% of 3 million, is that 210,000 a year? Can you live on that?
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Is your answer?
I guess, yeah.
So that's why I say 3. That's where like a guy, a woman with a part-time job making $40K and a kid can like, dude, great.
Where though?
Well, not LA. Get the fuck out of there.
Not LA, not New York.
You're wherever you want because you're retired now, and you don't need to be in New York or LA. You can go somewhere where land is $5,000 an acre.
Missouri is pretty cool now. We've got legal weed. It's cheap to live here. We're going to have legal weed in February.
Missouri's not a bad call. I mean, obviously, get away from the St. Louis Arch. But anywhere else,
just don't go to St. Louis, and it's a great state.
I don't know St. Louis. I'm sorry, I don't know Missouri's state tax situation, but that would impact my decision. Like if I had no roots, I might look at Texas, Florida.
I think we're low, but we're not one of those zero guys. Yeah, Florida. If I moved anywhere, any other state,
you'd be Florida, man.
Like I want weather is number one priority. I want to see the
adventures you get into.
I mean,
you have a blue wall
because I could get a blue wall of my very own. Because like basically like dream weather would really be like LA. Because I think LA is like in the 70s all the time. Yeah, like that would be like true dream weather. But I could not afford to live there. And it's so far away from like everyone I know and like my family. But Florida, it's almost as good of weather. It's way cheaper to live there. And that's, I don't want to live somewhere with snow anymore. At some point, I'm going to leave and go somewhere where snow's not a thing. And that's going to be
the opposite.
We already had snow this year. Fucking ridiculous.
Live in snow all the time?
I want to live in snow all the time. I want it to be like, oh, it's July. Finally, the snow left. We can see and here it's coming back because I don't have snow. I grew up in Georgia where we have hot, humid summers and like muggy, damp, cold winters. And whenever I go to Colorado or when we went up to Vermont or somewhere like that where they have that feet of snow, I don't know. I've never seen stuff like that. I love it. I've only experienced it a dozen, 15 times now. It's cool.
Well,
I like it.
The problem I have with snow is it falls in places where the days are short, and I'm not about that 4:30 sunset. That I would hang myself.
That shit is depressing.
Yeah. Oh, you'd fuck it up again.
Touche.
What happened? Man, you can't
second time's the charm.
What ends up happening when you live in a place like because I lived in New Jersey most of my life. So when you live in a place where the air hurts your face, you go outside in the fall and it's muggy. Everything is like dark gray. It's this nasty gray. You don't see blue sky for like 6 months out of the year. And then it rains. It's like freezing rain. And if it snows, it's great. Like if it snows a lot, like let's say it snows a foot or more, it's great for like that first few hours because there's like a silence, like there's an eerie silence, and you're like, oh my god, this is fantastic. And then it gets colder. It stops snowing. Everything turns to ice. You have to then take all the snow out of your driveway. You have to shovel it out. You break your back. Then you have to deal with people driving on this snow. So that turns it into this nasty gray slush on the sides. You have dogs pissing and shitting everywhere. And then you have to dig your car out. If you're street parking, you have to dig your car out of the street. And then you leave like a lawn chair there. And you have to fight with your neighbors because if they move your lawn chair, you took 3 hours out of your day trying to get your car out. Like, this is why I would never want to live there again.
You're making me a little homesick. Where in Jersey are you from?
Elizabeth,
okay.
Yeah. So it's Central Jersey, right next to Newark. So the best place in Jersey.
I think
I've heard it's a great area.
I mean, it's no Camden, but okay.
I like Colorado a lot.
Colorado's fantastic.
Colorado's a desert.
Slum. It's where I was born.
Oh.
Colorado's like a desert, so it's very dry there, and you don't get that damp, humidity that makes everything yucky and awful. And I've lived my entire life in that. So like the winters in Colorado have always, I don't know, it's not as cold. Like 20 degrees in Colorado doesn't feel as awful as like 30 degrees. I went outside today. It was 42. It was so fucking cold because it's like wet and rainy. I'm like, God, it's like gets in your bones. It's so fucking cold. But if it was dry, it wouldn't be so bad. The same is true with the heat. I would hear about those, you'd see the Weather Channel in the Southwest, 105, 108. And you'd be like, how do they survive? Because they don't have any humidity. It doesn't, because
it doesn't stick to you the way it does
95
in
degrees.
Places.
95 degrees is like almost impossible. You can't work outside for all day unless you're just constantly hydrating because you can't sweat anymore. Your
triple digits is like, all right, I have to stay inside. Like I'll sweat taking the garbage out in like 100 degrees, and it'll be like, am I sweating or am I just like tacky now from the moisture?
You'll take a shower and get out and sweat your new shirt. Like it's so fucking gross.
I had a roof put on my my old house in the middle of summer, and it must have been like 105, 110 degrees, and this is like super humid Florida, Central Florida.
God
damn.
And
the people putting on the roof, I mean, th're roofers, so they're like they're closer to the sun than I am.
Choice.
Yeah. And I know we're gonna get a plumber to do it, but no, but like these guys were wearing 2 layers. They're wearing long sleeves. They're wearing a hat, and like they're just covered up the entire time. And I'm just thinking, like, what is it about their physiology that allows them to do this? Because I would die like within an hour.
They're probably just need money.
I think about that.
Yes, but they could take off clothes and do the same work and then have.
Nah, I bet it's the love of the game. That's what's got.
Maybe you for the love of the, you go to pay them and they're like pish posh. You know, how
do they do that?
I look at the military that way. I see people in the military, they wear long sleeves, long pants. Oftentimes they have like a vest on top of their like fatigues. Like you can imagine what someone in Iraq, just picture them, right? They've got the bulletproof, whatever. They've got some heavy shit they're hauling around. Even if they don't have a backpack, they still have, I'm making it up, like 30 pounds worth of shit hanging on them. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, how do you do that in the desert? I would be a heat casualty all the time.
Go back to Vietnam. Go back to Vietnam, and they're all fucking wife beaters and shit, smoking weed out of shotguns.
We all remember.
Humidity is a killer. That's why we lost Nam.
It's because it was hot.
This is making sense. Yeah.
It was the humidity.
It wasn't the heat. It was the humidity.
It was the humidity. That's why we got fucked in Vietnam.
It is why we lost in Nam.
Yeah, but why did we lose in Afghanistan with the dry heat?
It's a dry heat. we had acclimated ourselves to Nam.
He's making sense, Taylor. Checkmate.
I have to walk you through this shit fucking step by step.
See, this is the problem, is America keeps going, moist war, dry war, moist war, dry war. If we could just hit 2 in a row.
I feel like what I'm learning
turn this franchise
in
around.
Afghanistan and Vietnam and Ukraine is it's really hard to win away games.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
You think we need a good home game?
Oh, no. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead and invade Missouri, guys. We'll get you.
That's fucked up, man. we're like, if you're getting to us, you've already invaded at least 6 other states. Like on the way
in, just a fucking they just paratroop into Missouri, take out the first delight of defense, which are hammer murderers.
So you drop people into St. Louis, and they'd be like, General, the coordinates are off. We've already struck here.
So I had we finished filming one of the car treks, my series that I do with Tyler Hoover and Ed Bullion, and we did a thing in Missouri where we were in like the wine country. There was like this castle that you could rent, and then we sort of did a 3 to 5, I think it was like 5 episode series around this castle, doing a Christmas special. And we ended with giving a bunch of toys to like a local church. And Ed Bullion, he's like the Christian guy in our group. So we're like, you pick the church. So he picked the church in St. Louis. And we get there, and we have this Maserati, this 4-door Maserati that Ed Bullion had. It's leaking a ton of coolant, and we had put all of our toys on top of this Maserati, kind of like a Christmas tree. And we'd adorned it with, Christmas lights and all that stuff. And we are rolling into the ghetto, the absolute, this is nuts. And we get in front of this church, which is like a, legitimately old style church. And we start putting all these brand new toys on the side. And we have this security guard who's there. I guess he's an off-duty cop or something. And he goes, what are you doing here? Like, oh, well, we called the church. They said that they could take these toys. He's like, you guys better get out of here, because it's really not. He's like, I'm about to leave. And when I leave, you need to leave. Yeah. And Ed is one of these guys that he doesn't understand the risks that he takes sometimes. So he goes to us. He goes, "What are they going to do? Shoot us?"
Yes.
Like, yes, that's exactly what they do. So we do this as quickly as possible. I mean, we also have like a full film crew there. So we have expensive cameras and we have equipment and all this stuff. So we do our final shots and everything. And as we're driving off, we hear like just a few blocks away, just gunshots going off. It's like, oh, maybe that's fireworks. They're a festive group over here. But that got like pretty hairy. And that was right in, I mean, it was like a few blocks away from downtown St. Louis.
Downtown St. Louis, Taylor, quick fact check. Known for its Christmas spirit?
No, it is a people like
fireworks.
People think that like St. Louis as a city is a meme. People who listen to the show haven't been there, like think I'm playing it up like Joe. Like I do not go. Obviously, you never go east of the river because that's the most dangerous area of the country. Like East St. Louis, don't go there. There's nothing to gain by going there. And even downtown now, like I go to a Blues game, and it's like as soon as everyone it's our hockey team, and when everybody leaves the arena, it's like all the hockey fans are like, all right, we're all in this together. Like, and so everybody stays in a giant block walking back because it is a dangerous shithole. It's like a shame seeing like old pictures of what the city used to look like because it's like unlivable bad now.
It's really bad. And we went there like a week after like the really bad BLM riots. So all the barricades were still up. So we were all trying to take the crew out to like a Ruth's Chris steakhouse or something. And it's like this crazy war zone. It's like, hey, I'm not really hungry anymore. I feel like we should just leave.
If you take Interstate 64 to 70 across St. Louis, have you seen any of this good stuff or not so much?
Like into East St. Louis? Yeah. Like I've seen like just the absolute dilapidation of it. Yeah. You just go 64, like, and you can get all the way into East St. Louis and take a look. Like I'm
too much of an optimist. I'm like, this is just a city that needs some chicken and broccoli. All it needs.
It's a city that needs a total overhaul. Like it is. There are whole like blocks where like if you wander into East St. Louis, like cops will find you and approach you and be like, you need to leave.
That's
like
exactly what happens.
You have to get out of here. Like you are a fool. You don't realize where you are right now. Like and how dangerous this is. You'll get shot for fun. Someone will see you and they will shoot you for fun potentially. Like it's a horrid place. It looks. I've said it before because it describes it perfectly. East St. Louis looks like a paintball course. It looks like a torn down paintball course where I've thought that driving through there because it's a bunch of horrid like. The city hasn't mowed the grass in years. Like you see those videos of like St. Louis and Detroit where it's just a jungle over there because they don't mow anything. The trees are growing, the roads are cracked. Like people are just standing like menacingly like on the side of the road, like staring at you in a way that's not like, oh, a person driving by. Like it's spooky. Yeah,
this looks
terrible.
like Block, the COD 4 map.
Hell this is actually this is a good look.
I'm running MP5. Fucking you.
None of those. Yeah, I'm running MP5.
I can make a Scorpion work on this map.
But I mean, like, we're not that bad.
Balconies.
Detroit, also shitty. Memphis, also shitty. So it's not like St. Louis is the only shitty one.
Oh, I'm thinking
Albuquerque's pretty bad too.
Albuquerque's shitty.
You think Memphis is shitty?
Oh yeah, their crime is unreal right now. Yeah, like because it's like a Midwest city. Like I'll just see.
I don't know why I link Nashville and Memphis together.
Nashville's an awesome city. It's so like nice and fun, and they have that huge like strip of all the country Western bars and all that. Nashville's a really cool city.
I've been there twice, and I like it a lot. Memphis,
I don't think it's very dangerous.
I've been to once, and I didn't think it looked all that dangerous, but I'm sure I didn't go to the bad part. Same's true of Cincinnati. I remember it being like, I don't know, just a medium-sized city that you drive past. I stayed there for a couple nights, but I didn't see anything scary.
I stayed there for one night on my way home when I bought the Gold Wing.
Meanwhile, I stayed in Louisville one night with
I stayed there too
with some bad motherfuckers from Canada, and they were scared. That's how rough Louisville is.
Louisville was really disappointing.
If you know,
you gotta say it right. You gotta say Louisville.
Louisville.
Yeah.
Well, if you know who Funker Tactical is, two of those guys were down with me doing some filming, and they had like ARs in their car and probably suppressors and stuff. Like they're armed back there in their truck driving behind us, and they were like, I had my AR in my lap. It's rough here. I'm like, yeah, I mean, we got our pistols up here. Like, we're ready to go too. But, we didn't think it was that bad. I mean, we're armed, but not scared.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you come from Canada. What kind of crimes do they commit in Canada? I think rudeness is a crime. Then.
Yeah.
It is.
Like,
half-hearted apologies.
I order you to say sorry for cutting him off.
Who's tipping you?
I
order you to buy him a Leafs ticket.
I got really stoned the other night, and apparently I ordered this.
Oh, that's unique.
Are we supposed
Go
to believe
figure.
Go figure. Kyle got absolutely blasted. Yeah, but he hasn't been getting as high because we haven't had to see his. Oh my God, is that the Sopranos pick?
Oh, what? Oh my God!
Please get yourself painted into it. Please. Oh, that's great.
That would be awesome.
Where's that going to go? Living room above the fireplace?
My living room next to fucking Kramer. I've got Kramer in the living room in his suit sitting there, like was doing this whole thing. So Tony's going right next to him. That is Tony and his horse Pio Mai, as reimagined by Paulie Gualtieri to make him feel less afraid, more or less, and repair some of the fire damage around the feet.
We all know the tale.
Yeah.
The tale is old as time. Well, 20 years old.
Yeah, rest
not
in
as
peace.
old as time.
Sopranos is one of those series that I haven't rewatched, but like I really want to. But I remember the pacing being so much slower than like say a Breaking Bad or like a more modern show, and
At
like
times.
that's the only thing that's like keeping me from rewatching it.
Yeah, I guess
I really like
better
it.
if you batch watch them or binge watch them. I messed that up.
The Sopranos is often it's a real character study, right? It's all about Tony Soprano and like seeing like how evil is he gonna get. But I'm into those slow paced like little stories. Like there's one where Paulie's like this old lady's garbage man gets beaten up, and she says to Paulie, "Oh, Mr. Gualtieri, the nice garbage man, he got beaten up and they took his root away." Or they're like, "What? They beat him up? Yeah. He was nice. He took my trash cans out every year." And Paulie's involved. Now a real deal gangster is involved with this problem. And like it turns out that on the other end, an equally real deal gangster. And so they have to take it to the head of the family over this little old lady's. And meanwhile, the poor fucking yard man whose like arm is broken, he's the one who ends up getting fucked over because he has to pay Paulie for like, putting a word in. And he has to now like cut a bunch of people's yards for free who have nothing to do with this whole affair. He's cutting Johnny Sacrimoni's yard, a New Jersey mob, a New York mob man, cutting that guy's yard for free, even after that guy goes to prison.
He got fucked. My favorite side story is, I forget, you're gonna know this. Somebody told Tony Soprano's daughter that she looked good, or
Coco.
that Coco. And what did he say to her exactly? It was like
you got a little whipped cream there. I'd like to add a little more to it.
Oh,
man, must be nice to tuck her in at night.
That is pretty ghoulish.
The boyfriend stands up. Do we have a problem? He's like, "Hey, take it easy, kid. Just busting balls. You have a good night." And like walks away. And then she tells Tony, and doesn't want to tell Tony. She tells her mother, and the mother makes her tell Tony. And Tony's like, he starts breathing all heavy because he's a beast. And he says, he's just silly guy, must have been drinking. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to some people. They'll get him some help.
That's what's gonna happen.
He walks into that man's bar that he owns and immediately hits him in the mouth with a pistol that he's holding. And the man goes down and he continues to beat him in the face with the pistol. "My fucking daughter!" And then he gets up and somebody's like, "Whoa!" And Butchie is, and he points the pistol at Butchie, and blood comes out of the barrel. And Butchie sits down and shuts the fuck up. And then he puts his mouth on the bar, goes to curb stomp, and Butchie goes, "Don't do it." Tony looks up like, "Oh, yeah?" Pop! And curb stomps all of his teeth out. The next scene, he's in fucking couples therapy, and there's a tooth in the cuff of his pants. He's like, yeah, I've been working on my anger. That is I think that's the penultimate episode of Sopranos. It's like the second to last episode.
Yeah, I think you're right.
One of the better side stories, I thought.
Beat stuff. Fuck out of him.
Yeah.
No, I like all that stuff. I've seen the Sopranos a dozen times or something like that.
So I've just been starting to watch. I'm super late to this, but I started to watch Game of Thrones, and I'm like in season 2 or 3 or something. And I get the people saying it's good, but I feel like the storylines are pretty formulaic. Like you can see things coming from a mile away. Nothing, if it's nudity or violence or whatever. Like okay, I get that it's shocking, but other than that. It's like this story is super like.
Did you go in with any spoilers? Like, did you expect Ned to die? Like you knew about that?
I knew that they killed off a lot of main characters. That's the only thing.
Knowing that's a little bit of a helpful. Did you get to Robb Stark's wedding?
No, not
yeah,
yet.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the show that'll take you by surprise. They'll take some twists and turns later on, so give it a little bit more time. It is a shocking show at times, and sometimes. See, what they do a good job of is building a character up and making him your guy or your girl, and then just like killing that character. And you're like, I've seen this before. I've had my characters die. And they always go out on top, though, fighting 50 men and like sacrificing themselves to plant the flag or pull the fuse out of the bomb. That's not what's going to happen here, though.
No.
They're going to die in the mud, and nobody's going to be there to hear their last words. It's going to be rough.
So one of the things that I actually maybe I learned about myself, but the scene where I think it's probably season 2, where one of these dudes he kills a bunch of people in what's the Stark's the city or whatever
Winterfell.
Yeah, Winterfell. So he kills a bunch of people and he burns 2 kids. Right.
Okay.
And then
this is Theon Greyjoy doing this.
There you go, Theon Greyjoy. So then they start torturing him, and then I'm like, okay, cool. You're like, let's torture this. Like this dude like burned 2 kids. All right.
So they're torturing Theon Greyjoy.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what you're saying. Yeah. And you're thinking he's getting his comeuppance. This is fair.
Right. It's fair. But what I kind of liked is that so they release him. And then they go on this like wild goose chase for 2 days. He gets like intercepted by this other roving band of whoever, and then he almost gets like raped in the woods. And then somebody saves him right before he's about to get assaulted. And then they take him back, like they trick him, take him back to where he was getting tortured, and then they torture him worse, and that just mind fucks him, and I'm like, oh, that's
so that storyline you're on like,
oh no, I know it gets worse. I know. Yeah.
You're 2.5 out of the 10 steps so far.
Yeah, there are many levels to his hell.
Yeah, they break him, and I'm here for all of it because, like, dude, I mean, you do stuff to kids. I'm like, I don't care what happens.
Dude, it's crazy what Game of Thrones does to me. Because at some point I'm like, leave Theon alone. I mean,
I forgave him.
A couple child murders, but you did that. That's worse than a couple murders, right?
Look, I want to see if this happens to everybody. This happened to us anyway. We were like you. Fuck Theon Greyjoy. You are the reason that Winterfell is in this position. Like, you're supposed to be at home holding it down while Robb's back, like avenging us.
They
and
were
like
good
getting
to
this
you
war
when
run.
they didn't have to be.
They've been the best to you. They're the real family you've always known. And then he shits on him, kills the old cool guy. Like brutally, like Woody hacking his head off, like it's painfully and brutally, like an ugly death. I'll call it. And then like you said, killing those 2 children, and then skinning them and burning them or whatever the fuck he did, burning them, I think, to disguise their identities. But like eventually, like maybe 2 or 3 more episodes from now, you'll be like, you know what, you got him. Whoa! You got no, he's good now. No, you got him. Oh no, not again.
You can't do that. That's permanent.
He's on.
No.
Oh,
I'm fine with any of it.
Oh, make him. Don't change his name.
I'm fine with any of it. I know.
I wonder where you're going to land on Jaime Lannister. So Jaime Lannister, as you saw in maybe the first or second episode, he pushes Bran out the window.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, Jaime Lannister, certified stinky poo-poo head. I hope he gets his. And then over time, you're like, that's rough.
Yeah, no, I get that it's rough, but it's just like, I guess maybe it just it showed me something about myself that I didn't know. Like, I don't have a filter when it comes to like, yeah, maybe he should get his dick cut off. Like
there's lots of gray area things like that, because like, who's the bad guy there? The person who's clearly like a maniac who's torturing him. That's not a good guy.
Oh no, of course not. Of course he isn't.
I mean, it's two bad guys,
awful people in a dungeon, but you can't look away, and that's not traditional storytelling, or at least traditional TV. Game of Thrones does a lot of things wonderfully. Ending was we're not going to rehash that, but
and one thing you mentioned is
right now is masterpiece shit.
Yeah.
Like,
the one of the Game of Thrones I like about it is so many of the characters are gray. There are very few characters. Jon Snow is maybe purely good, and Ned Stark I think was too. But most of them all have their pros and cons. Even
Stannis Baratheon, everything he does, he believes is right, and I don't want to spoil Tavarish's show for him, but
oh no, I don't care about
it.
I mean,
okay.
The show's been out for years and years and years. Spoilers don't matter.
That's true. I'm saying, great show.
Anyway, he makes some decisions along the way where you're like, is the ends worth the means? Did I say that right? I think I did. Yeah. And even good guys are not so great.
Yeah.
Are you guys into Downton Abbey?
The old British show. I have all that BritBox shit, but no, man. That isn't that like a British soap opera, but even more slow and less sexy.
So I thought this, and then I watched like 2 episodes, and I got hooked. I watched every season, and then I watched the 2 movies that they had.
Aren't there like a ton of seasons?
No. So this is like it's a relatively new show. So
I misunderstood then. To me, I thought it was like Young and the Restless, like that's been on for 30 years or something.
No. Downton Abbey is just it's been on for God, I don't know how many seasons. Somebody has to research this, but I think it might be 5 or 6. And then they had 2 movies, and it's all within the last, I'd say, 8 years that everything was shot. But it's the storyline is good. Everybody it's essentially takes place in one house. And it has, lords and ladies and all the staff. Everybody's a catty bitch. Like everybody's just super catty with each other, and they're all on the spectrum, and they don't know how to talk to one another. And it's written really, really well. I mean, the set design's great. The cinematography is good. I really did not expect to like this because I don't, I'm not the sensibility, type of guy. But it was very, very good. So
my grandma likes that show, and I found out she liked it because she was like, I was trying to help her, set up her Netflix or something a couple of years ago, and she's like, "And you got that? Can you help me find Downton Abbey on there?" And I was like, "Downton Abbey," and she's like, "Yeah," and I'm like, I'm almost positive that's not what it's called. And then she was like, well, shit, I've been saying Downton Abbey to my friends. Like, I've been saying, check out Downton Abbey. But she was corrected. My grandma's a very sweet Southern lady.
But in one of the seasons, Abby actually shows up,
Yeah. I'll check that out maybe if there's a bunch of if I run out of other stuff.
Well, and you've got a ways to go with I don't know how fast you watch shows, but whenever you finish up Game of Thrones, the prequel is out now, the House of Dragons, and it's really good too.
I watched
it.
Good
too.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
I finished it.
Okay. What'd you think? What are your overall thoughts? We don't have to get in every little plot point, but as strong as compare it to Game of Thrones.
I'm gonna say that Game of Thrones season 4-ish or something good, but not peak Game of Thrones seemed to pull me in a little more. You nailed it, I thought, in one of your summaries when you said that season 1 is really about setting up the follow-on seasons. Yeah. You need to understand the dynamics between the families. It did seem a little small in scope in that it was really about a family instead of about a universe.
King's Landing, and wherever, and the ocean, which is kind of between the two, I think. Where the crab man is, and that's where we are. We're just in it's like we're watching a show about the United States, and we spent the whole thing in Florida, Georgia line.
And there's hardly anyone in this, hardly any of the major players that aren't in the same family. right? Even if it's by marriage or whatever.
It's
like,
all about
really
the Targaryens and their infighting. But still, I want to see when they went to Storm's End, where the Baratheons are from, I believe. Like, I wanted more of that. I'd like to see what his hall is like. I want to have dinner with that guy. I wish the kid had went there and had a whole like feast with him, and then the other shit had happened after the feast or something. I'd like to see more of
this. I don't know. A minor thing, I guess, to most people, but at the very end, there's a set piece. It's called the Painted Table, which is a terrible name because words mean things, and it's not painted. But you might remember they're sort of planning a big event at the end, and they put fire under the table, and it sort of illuminates. I loved that. I instantly went to Etsy. I'm like, is anybody making this?
Absolutely,
Does this exist?
Yeah.
I didn't find it. Maybe you know something I don't.
So you can get one of those. It's different. One of those resin tables where they do all that lighting, and I guarantee there's a resin table maker. It would cost you a few thousand. Who would do that?
It'd be hard to replicate. It is a really impressive set piece. Can we get a picture?
I watched these guys. I'd love to see it too. You should see some of this. I got kind of into that for a while and thought about getting into it for fun. There's some like artists on YouTube who make these ridiculous like $30,000-$40,000 tables that someone's going to do this. Someone's going to do this like perfectly. But I agree. When I saw them light the table up, I was like, man, why didn't Stannis light up the table?
Yeah,
Zach,
pull this up.
You share these pictures? So there's some close-ups that help you appreciate it, and then the third picture is like an overview of the whole table. And it is amazing. This is one of the coolest set pieces I think I've ever seen. So here it is up close. Maybe you can zoom in a little. Thank you. And it looks like that. It's a map.
So what you got to keep in mind is like when there's not fires burning underneath the table, none of that is lit or illuminated. So they like when they light the fire underneath, slowly it reveals all of this inlay, and it was a cool set piece.
That's really cool.
And that's a real table. It's a real table. I don't know where we can get one. And then the next picture shows like the scale of it. There it is, unlit. But they light a fire underneath the bottom of it, and then I'm sure it's LEDs in real life, but it illuminates in a fire color, some sort of orange. And I saw this, and I was like, "Good God, I need to get rid of my shitty coffee tables and get one of these."
So that's Westeros, right? I couldn't see around.
It is Westeros.
It's the size. It's the shape of Westeros. Yeah. That's really cool. Yeah. They're fortunate that like they don't live somewhere where like a table, like an archipelago nation.
Oh my God!
Couldn't make a table out of that.
No, you'd have a bunch of stools around and
little tables. If it were like the Philippines, they couldn't make a table. It'd be a bunch of little stools.
Yeah. So do you think those guys could survive St. Louis?
Those guys,
Philippines, they're tough.
With swords?
No, not Filipinos.
I don't. There's no way Ned Stark survives. He's going to be relying on a sense of honor that is not shared.
I think Robert Baratheon would with his warhammer, right? Like he'd fit right in.
He'd be respected.
Hammer fighting is he would.
Freddie probably doesn't know this. There's a lot of hammer related crime in St. Louis. A lot of people murdered with hammers over there, and so. If he shows up with the King Hammer, it might imbue a sense of respect.
Bludgeoning capital of the Midwest.
Of America, don't shortchange us. Of the Americas.
That's right.
Someday we're coming for you, Honduras. We're coming for you. We're gonna take you off your smarmy throne of danger.
Well, fucking luck.
I mean, we need hammer control, right?
We need common sense hammer control.
75% of Americans are in favor of hammer control.
Common sense hammer control.
You guys got me on politics again. Pelosi stepped down. She's no longer the leader of the Democrats in the House.
Oh no.
Yeah, right.
That impacts my life so much.
Am I the only one who sees it as a loss? To me, it looks like a crazy showed up, scared her, and then she quit the fucking business, ran her out of town.
Yeah, those are big cups to fill.
I see it a little differently. I see it as
coincidence, huh?
It's this. I think it's no fun to be the minority ruler, right? It's no fun to lead the house when your party lost it, and that's where she is. So not only did she drop out, but the second most powerful person in the house and the third most powerful person in the house, all three of them were like, fuck it, we're bowing down. and not just a generation younger, but like 2 generations younger are leading the House now for the Democrats, which isn't much leadership because the Republicans run it. But it implies that the next time the Democrats get power, assuming that happens again, that they'll have younger leadership. And as I don't know,
I think to me it sounds like maybe there was a deal, and she was like, "Look, if we hang on to control, then I stay in power, and so do these people. And if we lose it, then yeah, we'll do the thing you guys been wanting. We'll put Jim in, and Beverly, and Bob, and like everybody knows where what position they're moving into."
The Republicans did the same thing. Paul Ryan led the House. And then when the Republicans lost the House, Paul Ryan's like, fuck it. This job sucks if you're not in charge.
He's still pretty young, isn't he?
42?
Yeah, he wasn't. He was like, as far as politicians go, he was a spring chicken. Like,
yeah. And he was in really good shape. He's one of the probably best looking male politician I can think of.
Really? Those ears.
Yeah. I mean, think about the competition, man.
Can we get shirtless Paul Ryan?
Who's the best looking male? Lindsey Graham.
A 5 in Congress, you know.
Yeah, a Congress 5.
Yeah. Strom Thurman. All right, pull Strom up. Strom,
you know who I like? I like that guy Chuck Grassley, who's 101. I want to talk to him about his life and just be like, what was it like when electricity
thing about Grassley being older than the chocolate chip cookie? And it's true.
Fake news. Chocolate chip cookies have existed a long time.
Look at this guy.
No, the thing is, chocolate chip cookies are almost brand fucking new. It's a bigger brag than it sounds like.
What? They're not almost
brand new. They've been putting chocolate in cookies for centuries.
I bet that they've been making Plymouths for longer than chocolate chips existed.
Chocolate chip cookie invented in 1938.
Yeah, exactly. 1938. That's not that long ago.
Well,
I'm saying that's
like people years.
That's not really when they invented it.
Well, when you put it in people years.
That's when they probably like had Chips Ahoy start making it. People were making that shit way before.
Taylor, without proof, claims that chocolate chip cookies existed before chocolate chip cookies were invented.
Open your eyes, people!
This has always been.
Reality is before you. You just have to see it. No, honestly, unironically, there's no fucking way that they just figured out putting chocolate in cookies in 1938. That's insane. You have to be a crazy person to think that there wasn't some German grandma in 1840 who's like, oh, put chocolate in here.
Do you know what chocolate cost in Germany in 1840? You
borderline free. That's all they ate.
You made all this up. There's nothing Taylor says backed by anything.
You don't know that.
This is awfully close to.
You can't know where my facts are coming from because even I don't know. That's Sun Tzu. Always keep your opponent guessing.
What is the logical fallacy called that you just use? I don't know the name of it. Like only a jackass gay faggot would believe that, would he? And then you're like, what? Oh yeah, not me.
That is
it's an association or something.
Appeal to being a dick. I don't fucking know. I don't know about that one.
Authority or appeal to.
I don't know. I used a couple. I used red herring in there, trying to throw you off the scent with my chocolate misinformation.
Yeah,
that's what I'm gonna start doing online, spreading misinformation about meaningless things.
Exactly.
So basically, Reddit.
Basically Reddit, yeah. But we'll see. I think for the Democrats, back on the Pelosi thing, I think it's good. Pelosi was a bad word amongst anyone but the.
You said faggot for no reason a second ago, and now we're calling her a bad word.
Yeah.
What a liberal cock.
Yeah. But like, there are words that either team hears. Like, if the blue team hears freaking Mitch McConnell or something, they instantly assume it's bad. They want to say Moscow Mitch. Pelosi is a curse word to the red team. So getting her off the blue team might work to their advantage. On the other hand, she did the job forever. I guess she counted votes well and got shit passed. So they'll miss that.
Yeah.
And she has big boobs. I I don't know how we'll replace
big old
those.
mommy milkers.
That's a big bra to fill.
Is there any way we'll ever get to see him? Like maybe if she like has like some sort of public like mishap, like a Hillary type thing, her blouse just explodes and those titties, titties are just undulating around.
She's she's like at a wind farm for some energy shit.
They gotta give her CPR. They gotta give her CPR, and like every time they press, like buttons are exploding. Like she's got so much undergarment to hold those milkers in. Like we don't even know how big they are. They're like
I think that would be
R's.
the most like that would be the most famous event on television ever.
One of the buttons hits Biden in the head. That's the little flick that sends him right over the senility edge.
No, he remembers his grandkid's name.
He's launching the missiles to fucking, but he still thinks we're in Korea. So
I looked at
send those Chinese back to their wall.
It's like
I looked at pictures
Biden.
of young Pelosi. This is like a week ago, and young Pelosi was attractive.
Yeah,
So I did the exact same thing a week ago.
Zach, can you find? Why were we doing that?
I don't know. I feel like we did it at the same time.
Zach, can you find a picture of find the best Nancy Pelosi picture you can?
Nancy
One that shows her like pretty, and she's not a world class beauty, right? Like Jackie O, I think was legit good looking. But she's Paul Ryan's equal, I think.
I'm gonna search sexy Nancy Pelosi.
There's a picture.
Boy.
You better use Bing.
Damn,
that's a terrible picture. She looks scared, and
before color was invented.
She looks scared.
They're like so big.
Oh my god!
That's just how people looked back then. Surprise.
This is what it looks like when you're getting unwanted sexual advances. This isn't the picture I was hoping for.
Look at that shoulder.
Dude, there's a YouTube video I just found looking up Nancy Pelosi boobs and clicking images, and it says, and it is a like just thumbnail from some podcast called Hard Factor, and it's Speaker of the Blouse.
Jesus.
and it's just her big two tits there. So
wow,
that's a well endowed woman.
It is.
And you know what? Good for her.
Pretty anymore.
Her kids must be proud.
You can't dislike everything about someone.
I mean, it just goes to show you.
You could try.
No one
can try, but you can't.
Yeah, we're all shades of gray.
We're all shades of gray.
Okay,
Taylor, do you want to do our advertisements?
Yes.
And then I want to ask Tavarish if he plays Call of Duty, if he's going to hang in here with us through the ad break.
Sure. All right. This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew. As we head into the holiday season, it's time to give yourself and your loved ones the gift that keeps on giving, which is today's sponsor, Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part? It's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Get that extra confidence with the help of Blue Chew. Don't let that Christmas tree be the only wood in your house, standing loud and proud this holiday season. Now you can go try Blue Chew for free, folks, when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. We believe, I think it's 3 pills. Blue Chew are the perfect stocking stuffer to make you your best stocking stuffer. Visit BlueChew.com. Man, are we going to get in trouble for this? Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Blue Chew, for your dick pill money. It doesn't matter
if you like men or fleshlights who cry. Your dick will be better if you have Blue Chew.
Doesn't matter. If you're beaten off and you just want to be loud and proud, take a Blue Chew, and you're gonna be like, "Damn, is that my dick in my hand?" you know how men are. Guys. I don't have to tell this guy. This episode also brought to you by Lock and Load, the finest cum pills anywhere in existence. The premium cum pill. Lock and Load over at GorillaMind.com. Code PKA for 10% off. Jizz, Jizz, also 10% off. So it doesn't matter. You can use whatever one. And you can also use that 10% off for anything else at Derek's site, whether it's pre-workouts, glycerol, protein powder, anything. The protein's great. Tastes like melted ice cream, which I enjoy. And so check it out. Lock and Load, the finest cum increasing, semen volume enhancing, wondiferous, fantabulous. Take all 9 pills, and you'll see what happens. You'll see what happens. So check it out, PKA or Jizz. And then what were we talking about? Nancy Pelosi's tits.
Well, hold on.
I mean, it's more like 270 pills if we're being real here, but
that's what comes in the bottle. Yeah,
over the course of a month or so.
I can give you a nice. I'm not going to say. I have had some experience with both of these products. Okay,
nice,
and both of these products at the same time.
And man's got a great dick.
Yeah.
Dude, it is you feel like a superhero. Like you feel like a cartoon character with
you're slinging web.
It's so insane. It's so funny. But I think just for the novelty factor alone, just for the surprise of it, it's like okay. Well, now I mean my security deposit is gone.
I know. Look at that. You guys can listen to Freddie. Excellent endorsement right here.
I would very much.
If you pull out and you're blowing on her belly, then you got to get on the collarbone or past it.
And you got to believe in yourself, and you will.
My pullout game is mad weak, so
to mindset.
Did you know that Burger King has fallen to number 3 in the Burger Wars? It is now the number 3 fast food restaurant behind Wendy's.
Wendy's making moves. Kyle, what's your favorite fast food restaurant? Of the majors. Don't go.
Does Zaxby's count? Because I want to draw on my Wings of Redemption-ness here and say Zaxby's is so goddamn strong. I think so. I think it's a bit regional because I know they don't have it everywhere. If I have to pick one that's everywhere,
they're all chicken, right? You can't get a burger there.
Yeah, it's all chicken.
Yeah, it's all chicken. Chicken fingers and and hot wings and fries. That's just about it. But it's really fucking good. No, I like Wendy's, I guess. I like their spicy chicken sandwich. They have the best nuggets out of the fast food places. Their nuggets are the least like fake food to me, least gross. I can't really eat any of the stuff at McDonald's. Their meat kind of grosses me out at this point. Their chicken nuggets gross me out. Arby's is disgusting because their meat comes as paste in a bag. They boil that bag, then they shave the meat off that block of goo that has now turned into a block of meat. So can't ever eat that again. So then what's left?
Yeah, McDonald's.
Chick-fil-A.
I have good memories.
Chick-fil-A is
yeah, it's good too. But they're not going to win any burger wars. I have good memories of McDonald's from my childhood, but every time I have it as an adult, I'm like, is this just a bad example of it, or do I remember it too fondly?
Their fries are good. That's it. And when you're a kid,
so thin, they're often cold.
Oh, you got to get them there, so they're hot. I haven't.
I like Burger King fries. Burger King fries are all right, but I think everything in Burger King has fallen off. Every single Burger King around my area has either closed down or they're so short-staffed that everything they put out is complete garbage.
People just don't want to work for minimum wage anymore. It's as if it hasn't gone up in ages.
Well, they're not paying the minimum wage. They're paying them a decent 10, 12 bucks an hour.
I want a robot making my sandwich anyway. I'm tired of having these low-wage buffoons handle my food.
it's just falling down.
They're like, I don't want to work for $8. I'm like, I don't want someone who would work for $8 to handle my food. So we're on the same team here.
Making a lot of sense. Yeah, Kyle wants them unemployed.
If you showed up here to work for $8, I doubt you wash well. You can't
afford to be completely checked out. Yeah,
that's awful. But no, I would like one of those robots to. That's the future. I want a robot to make my food. Then it's like perfect every time. It's the same situation because sometimes when you mention when we think about Burger King, when I think about like every Whopper I've ever unwrapped and how it's just a fucking mess. How it slid apart a little bit, and I've got to like put the sandwich back together now that it's here, and how like sometimes half the cheese is stuck to the wrapper and it makes you realize that's not real cheese. And then there's just like mayonnaise and and like lettuce everywhere. They're disgusting.
I don't like that Whoppers have cheese as an option.
It's like, weird,
who options them without cheese?
Yeah. A cheese is part and parcel of the cheeseburger.
It's in the name. A burger. I don't think I ever.
It should be illegal not to have it in there.
Yeah, I always get cheese if I'm getting a hamburger.
Who eats hamburgers?
Steamed hams.
A steamed ham.
They're tasty.
Aurora Borealis.
Steamed hams. That's such a great scene. So many people aren't gonna.
I don't like it. I don't like that. I get the reference and I've watched the video and I watch it and I'm like, man, something's wrong with y'all if y'all think this shit is funny because I've watched it over and over. It's not. It's just not funny.
It's fantastic. It's
hilarious.
So well written.
I don't get the joke. Apparently,
what are we talking about?
We're talking about an obscure
Simpsons
reference, unfortunately, and I apologize to anyone who didn't know it or get it. YouTube search steamed hams. Tavarish, you playing Call of Duty? It's like the most popular Call of Duty of all time. It's like $1 billion game already.
I haven't, but I used to. I mean, I used to play all the time when before I did YouTube. But what's different about this one?
It seems like modern Call of Duties are more about the BR than the multiplayer because there's so much of the focus is there now. As far as if you go to Twitch right now, I looked earlier. There was about 220,000 people watching people play BR, the battle royale mode, and there was 60,000 people I think watching multiplayer total. So it's like a huge difference between the two. Because of that, the multiplayer suffers for a lot of different reasons. I'm not good at the multiplayer, but I also don't think this is a great multiplayer game. It's one of those games where they decided to make everything so cracked that nothing is overpowered. So no one can be like, hey, your pistol is fully automatic and has no recoil. Because I'll be like, yeah, you have a shotgun in each hand and they kill me across the map. Oh, yeah? Well, he's got a sniper rifle that you don't even have to aim. You just like point it at people. And that actually exists. Yeah. I'm pretty dead on there. What's the BR got? If you Warzone 166,000. I see now. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So 4 times as much. So yeah, because of that, and I'm not loving the BR. I played a little bit. Their servers are bad. We had Hutch on last week, and I was like, we're having a connectivity issue, and he was like downplaying that. We played for 8 hours yesterday. Okay, I know what I'm talking about when I talk about this game. I played 8 hours yesterday continuously. I started at 10 a.m. And because the BR was releasing all the new content, the season 1 was releasing, all my friends got online. We grinded 8 hours. Man, I bet we only played 20 games of Call of Duty in 8 fucking hours all day.
How?
And I bet we played. You can't get in a match. We couldn't get in a match. And we'd sit there and somebody would be like, "Oh, do the thing where you back out 2 menus back and restart it. Do the thing where we switch hosts. Do the thing where you all right, everybody restart their games. All right, everybody restart the computers. All right, now you host. Now you try a VPN." And hours go by, and it's like, I think I've played 20 minutes in the last 3 hours. I'm
having a great time playing Age of Empires 2 with my friends.
Then they did this bullshit where they locked one of the guns, a multiplayer gun. You can only get it if you go into their Tarkov, their extraction-like mode, and like kill a guy in there, take it, and extract with it. Well, everybody's just camping the fucking extracts. You can't get out. They're just and after the guys kill us after camping the extract, I can hear them in voice comms going, "You see, that's what you have to do. That's how you get it done." And I'm like, well, all right, I guess that's what you have to do. That's how you get it done. They've made it so you have to go. So yeah, I'm not loving this Call of Duty. A wonderful game came out today. Beta came out today for Darktide, which is the game I'm.
Have you played
all into? Oh yeah, I played all day today.
Nice.
Did they add more stuff?
Yeah, they opened up a bunch more stuff. Darktide is a Warhammer 40K universe cooperative game where you smash and slash and shoot and like huge hordes of enemies. And the pre-order beta is live right now, and it will be for like the next week or 2 or something like that. And they're going to slowly like open it up.
Like shoot a lot. Would you call it a gun game? Okay.
So it depends on the character.
Yeah.
The character that I would recommend to you is like the guardsman. He's like the closest thing to a first-person shooter like guy there is. He can spam grenades. He shoots a lot. He gets headshot multipliers. You're going to have to get your sword out a lot though and defend yourself because it's 50-50. You can just be more like 70-30. If that makes sense, but 30% of the time, you're
the
smashing
tank character seems like he's going to be using his gun a minority of the time.
So there is a character called an Ogren. This is a human who grew up on a giant Earth, right? A planet with heavy gravity. So he weighs like 2,000 pounds. He's like 4 times taller than a normal man. They're incredibly huge. They have the intelligence of about a 2-year-old child, though. The smartest Ogren ever could count to 4 and spell his own name, and his name was short. So his name is Bob.
I assume this is all like voice of dialogue. You learned this as in game, like as they snip at each other.
So you look at this guy and you think tank. Well, I look at him and I see, oh yeah, he's got like 30% more health than we do, something like that, roughly 25% more, 50% more, whatever it is. But he's also 4 times bigger, and like literally bigger. And the enemies are shooting.
Yeah.
So he's not as much of a tank as you might think because he's so goddamn big. You kind of have to build that class to utilize toughness, which is like your shield in that game. But he is really funny. He has silly voice lines. He's like, "Oh, Ogren smash!" Like this is just dumb shit. And
yeah, I've lost more blood than this.
His special attack, like my special attack, I spin the blade and do a little uppercut flick with it, kind of slick. His special attack is a pimp slap because he's so goddamn big that a pimp slap kills a man. he just goes whack, and blood and gore fly as he like slings this guy against the wall. So I'm gonna be playing a ton more.
Dude,
tonight.
2 weeks, less than 2 weeks until it comes out for real. I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean you can play tonight if you wanted to. Pre-order that bitch and then cancel the pre-order if you want to. I mean, pre-order and get in there and play. We're playing. I'm playing all night. It's been a ton of fun.
All night.
Playing all night. And I got my coffee ready to go.
Are you still playing the same character?
So the characters from the previous beta, I'll call it the alpha, the pre-beta, whatever. That's all gone away. However, the intention is that whatever is done in the current beta that we're in right now will carry over to the main game, barring any like complications that might arise, like maybe that breaks the game and they have to erase it. But the plan is to let it carry over. I know what character I want to play. I'm going to do the Zealot. I've watched a lot of videos. I've done a lot of research. That's my lady. She's super hardcore. I already made my character. Spent a lot of time picking out her tattoos and facial scars. We can do her hair just right. Doing her backstory, figuring out like what brought her to this place. So
you do pick a
backstory,
which I do, which is interesting.
I followed a false prophet. I was misled.
Does it change anything? The backstory?
I think it changes your voice lines and like how you communicate with your teammates. But like you pick like, oh, I'll be Ogren or whatever, and I didn't care because it was the alpha, and so I picked the tank character, and then it was like, what planet are you from? And like you pick like among those and like the little descriptions there of like a desolate wasteland where only the hardest are forged into true Ogren, and then other ones where it's like it's not too bad, and like and then it changes how he is.
So word on the street on the internet is that a very small group of the developers were unhappy with the way with the game's direction. Initially, they felt that they weren't represented by the characters. And so they said that about 30% of dev time and effort they're going forward was spent on this create a character shit. So that everybody can have a character that represents them.
Who cares? They're like goblins in space.
Look, again, this is just a rumor. Again, this is my rumor from the internet. But how
am I going to empathize with this online demon man if he doesn't also have too big of a head?
He needs to look like me.
He has to look like me.
It's one of the nice thing though, because that does annoy me a little. They said that this anonymous person who's a friend that works there claimed that like a lot of content got cut, like maps and characters and stuff, because they spent so much time on this creative character stuff that frankly I didn't care about. The predecessor game Vermintide 2, there's it's like 4 guys and 3 guys and a girl or whatever who are going on an adventure, and like they have names and them and they have
and you
personalities.
Can, like, change their shirt and that's about it.
The same voice actor is in this one. The character I picked, you can have 3 different voice actresses. So
man,
really
those are some
all
bad
of
priorities.
Yeah, I
this
like
game was supposed to come out like 8 months ago, right? And they were futzing around with create a class. Like
I don't know.
Create a character.
I don't know if that's what took them so long, but I kind of wish they had. Here's what's really irking me right now. There's still no goddamn leaderboard. We still don't know who got the most kills. It makes me like not want to try at times. I'm like, they got it. Like, why would I come over there and help you with your shit? Like, I think you'll be okay. I'll pick you up if you go down. Like,
I don't want to play with you until they get those scores up.
Why? Like now nobody knows
that you let me die.
I was playing earlier and I'm like, I think I carried the fuck out of this game, but I have no idea. And the worst part is, I bet they don't know they got carried and they think they're good. They're not going to go practice now.
It's like taxes in real life.
You should know that you stink so that you go practice. Like when I first started, I stunk and I watched hours of video and I practiced and I learned combinations until I was good enough to like beat the harder difficulties and I actually got better. But we have no idea who's good or bad because there's no goddamn leaderboard. So you just kind of have to, I don't know, keep count as you go. What do you do?
You always min-max games. Like, is that what it's called, min-maxing? Where like when you got into like Age of Mythology with me like a few years ago, you immediately, like the way I always would like play those games was like try and figure it out. Like over time, like, oh, I guess I did too much in food. I didn't collect enough stone or gold or whatever. You would like be like, yeah, I watched a video, exactly this many villagers on this, and at this time do this, and if it gets to 7 minutes and I don't have this, I quit and restart. And like you like train yourself at those games to get good.
Yeah, because I'm not exactly talented as far as like moving buttons around, but I've got a lot of work ethic when it comes to getting good at something. So I'll always outwork my my opposition when it comes to that. That's how I play Rust. Like when Mitty and I play duos of Rust, we're probably among the bottom 20% in skill in the lobby, but we'll be in the top 80 or 90% as far as like territory gained, like fights won, all that, like any metric that you could like measure, because we're on day one, we work a 28-hour day. We don't stop. We go into the next day. And then we sleep for as little as we can stand, like 5 hours, 6 hours. And then we do another 14-hour day. And we have already put a day on the competition by doing that. So by day 3, we're ready to like fuck shit up. And they're way behind. So like we just outwork the competition in a game that's supposed to be about gunfights.
Right.
We just went and fucking hit trees for hours on end, motherfucker. We're coming for you. Yeah, I like grinding games like that. I'm gonna grind this game. This is a game that'll take hours and hours of grinding to get better weapons. It's also a game that has a lot of weapons. Now they've unlocked a lot more weapons than were previously available. So I don't know. I want that giant magical hammer thing.
That like character like upgrade where like as you level up you can be like, oh, I want more damage resistance or whatever. That's way more robust than it was in the previous Vermintide. Like you have a lot more options seemingly for like all of your eventual upgrades and way more combinations of it is what I noticed. Because like so you go back to regular Vermintide, there's not a ton. You
have 3 selections for 5 skills. You unlock them at 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25, and 30, those levels. You're able to synergize those together, those perks, I'll call them, if you're familiar with like COD, to like synergize maybe a character who's just really tough, or maybe a character who's really fast, or maybe a character who's whatever you want to do. Sure. And there's a lot of different ways you play the game. So yeah, I'm real excited about it. Anybody wants to play it, pre-order the fucking game, play the beta, and then just cancel pre-order if you don't want to play it.
I'm gonna pre-order it. I'm gonna do that after this.
I'm gonna get it.
No, because we're all gonna play it. It's
this is the game that I've been waiting for to re-enter into gaming.
Yeah,
dude. Oh, Freddie was him.
Yeah, well, I was gonna ask Kyle. So you have this like insane work ethic, like at this. Let's just say
I had some things.
Yeah, at some things. Yeah. Work. Is it? Yeah. Let's call it that, right? Is it something that you learn to do, or is it like innate?
I would say I learned to do it. I get really into things, and I think that it's a symptom of that. My obsessiveness requires that kind of work ethic. Otherwise, I would be really down on myself all the time, because if I get into a thing, like let's say I got into pickleball, right? They play pickleball in prison. I didn't play because I didn't want any pickleball incidents. But let's say I got into pickleball. Man, I'd have to play pickleball at a high level to enjoy myself. Like a lot of people can go in there and have fun. I really got to beat somebody. And I don't want to just beat anybody. Like he needs to be trying. And it'd be kind of cool if he was younger than me and he was trying, right? Yeah. So I'm going to have to try real hard. And I can't just go out there and wing it. I'm going to have to watch some professional pickleball players play. I'm gonna need some good gear too. I'm gonna need the shoes. I'm gonna need the shorts. If there's a hat and some glasses, I'll need that too. And I'll buy the best of the best. And then if I need to, I'll find the guy in my area who is the best. And I'll pay him if I have to, but I'll lean on, hey, do you ever heard of me? And I'll get him to train me to like do that. I usually do that. I usually try to find.
You could go the other way. You could get him to play the game in your place
and
pretend that his score was yours.
That's what you do when you want to troll somebody. Like, God, I love.
You think you can beat me? Yeah. Well, I'm a 5'7" black guy. Let's meet up at the pickleball court.
Anytime, anywhere.
Yeah. So like a lot of video games are fit that. Make that like a obsessiveness thing a good idea. Like a game like Civilization or that Age of Mythology game we played. Mm-hmm. That was a game where you're memorizing build orders, right? So like having that build order perfectly memorized meant that you were minutes ahead because you were shaving seconds off of dozens of decisions. I had to
AoE 2 is even more complicated if you want to play.
Imagine you had to make 50 decisions as they came at you on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
And you're 3 seconds faster than anybody else in the world on every one of those. And by the time we're done, I'm 150 seconds ahead of you. My guy's at your place ready to fight, and it's 150 seconds before you're even able to fight. I'm whooping your villagers' asses. I'm burning your little like chicken house. Like I'm there before you can know how to fight.
Yeah.
Like, I like cheese people too. I'm never above that in a game. Like I love cheese. Anything to get an advantage. I like no tactic is too low. There's no honor in these games at all. If I get the more the opponent is upset, that's a big thing for me too. Beating AI isn't that big of a deal. Sharing an experience with friends and like overcoming together, I like that. But I also like ruining someone else's time.
Dude, I watched this one guy. He's like. So Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition is like Red Bull's putting on tournaments for like $100,000. It's very popular right now. And there's this one guy who's so good that there's a bunch of guys who are really good, but they're like, they make pros look bad almost. Like they're the best of the pros. And he will like be like, hey, I'm going to fuck with this guy a bit. I'm going to. And so instead of just doing what he could do, which is roll over everyone with his army and have a booming economy, he'll send like villagers early on to his opponent's base and wall up all of their resources and then put tower. And so like, then it's like you're torture. Barely playing a real person because you're just like, they can't even begin the resource development. Like, and like, I watch that and I'm like, damn, like this looks fun to do to someone.
We do that.
But I would be the one having this done to me. Like there's no way that I could be fast enough.
So there are little petty things like that you can do that in Civ that are like high enough level that people just won't notice that you're doing to them. You pay taxes on roads in that game, so you can just start building roads in their territory with your extra workers, and they pay tax on it. It'd be like if I could go into Canada and start a roads and bridges program, and they just had to pay for it because I was doing the work. So I've got my guys over there like building roads and bridges, and he's paying for it. He doesn't know.
That's smart. I didn't know that.
There's lots of Trump's wall you can do in games. Yeah, exactly. That would have worked. I saw them building.
Go ahead, Kyle.
I was gonna say I saw they were building a wall between Ukraine and who's the fucking Belarus? Belarus.
Yeah, those don't work. So
how are you gonna throw up a wall that quick? Is it gonna be a good wall? Is it gonna be a big beautiful wall
with a big beautiful door? Yeah,
big beautiful door.
There's no doors.
And it will always, and it's always gonna be locked, folks. It's always gonna be locked.
And yeah, throw away the key.
A big locked door.
Giant locked, barricaded door.
Drawbridge.
No one's getting through.
Yeah, they're literally building. And I was a little bit worried this week when I read the ticker and it said that Russia had killed some Polacks. But it did turn out that it was actually a Ukrainian missile being fired at a Russian missile that went awry and hit some Polacks. That's the claim, I guess.
I'm glad you said that. I don't know what to believe. Like, obviously, I can't know and I'll never know. But for a country that doesn't want to go to war, at least not directly, it is really good news that it was a Ukrainian missile that killed those Polish people.
Yep,
by
sure
accident.
is. I think everybody involved would like it if it were a Ukrainian missile, wouldn't we? You see that picture of all the world leaders in the room looking real stressed out? Like, they hadn't figured it out when that picture was taken. So that means it took a while to either figure it out or come up with that. Or
are we serious about this Article 5 thing or not?
Yeah.
Are we? Attack one of us, you get all of us.
When we said that, we didn't mean the fucking Polak. We meant France, Germany. All right, Australia.
The history of Poland in like the last 140 years is just like getting bullied. Just getting bullied by Germans, getting bullied by Russians.
The jokes,
the Germans and the Russians being like, do you care about the Poles? No, I don't care one bit. Then let's split it. Hey! Like
Polish jokes were socially acceptable when I was a child. I bullied them at 6 years old.
They still are.
No one's looking out for the Poles.
What did I say last week? How many Polacks does it take to start World War III? That's hilarious.
Not more than 2, I hope.
Oh my god!
Seemingly more than 2.
Turns out more than 2.
So they said I saw the thing where they're like, oh, we think it's a Ukrainian one. So they think it was a Ukrainian missile chasing a Russian missile.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the
Russian. Oh, and then it missed wherever the Russian one.
Yeah,
hit,
or we hit it and it just goes in. Bullets deflect.
That makes sense.
I was shooting a Stinger last night, actually a Pila at a helicopter, and he popped his flares. And I noticed that my missile did go all squiggly and just off into the distance. Now, if there'd been a Polak over there, that could have easily taken. Anything could have happened. So I'm siding with whoever made that lie up to keep us out of war. Me and that guy are copacetic.
That's a good lie.
I'm siding
whoever
with
came up with that lie.
World War III guy.
Whoever came up with that lie and told us that the Russians didn't kill the Polacks, which they absolutely did. Whoever came up with that lie is a genius. One guy in the room was like, boys. Is this your first time? He's like smoking a cigar. He's like the cigarette smoking man from the X-Files. He's like, what if it was a Ukrainian missile? And everybody turns around slowly.
A Ukrainian missile, that would make that? No, it's a hero missile trying to defend the Ukrainians from the Russians.
A brave Ukrainian
missile.
Patriot missile made by Americans.
Made by Americans.
At my company.
Did we make that rocket, that missile?
No, I haven't heard them say it was a Patriot missile, but I assumed it.
I would like to think our missiles are a little better, like
they gotta land somewhere. Even our missiles land.
Well, anyway, no war, luckily.
Mostly on weddings and things.
I saw a Russian try to play dead.
Oh, I've been seeing that tactic. Yeah, don't kill me. I'm on.
Dude is playing dead, and like the camera is so good on the drone that you can like see him twitching and stuff, like a little bit. You know, in a movie when somebody's playing dead, and you're like, dude, I saw you blink.
I could see you breathing. Yeah,
like the camera is so good that you can see him like twitching a little and move, like clearly he's faking, and so they just let it go. They hit him right in the middle with the fucking bomb.
The second time he played dead, it was far more convincing.
It was real. That faker's got his arm all the way over there.
He brought a spare arm. These Russian liars.
Me.
I am so immune to snuff films now. Like I watch them
Those
all
aren't
the
snuff
time.
Films, but
maybe I don't know what a snuff film is.
No,
Passion of the Christ.
A snuff film would be it's not even known really if snuff films are real, right? Like they always talk about if those live streams exist where you can go watch someone being murdered live. But a snuff film is when we like take somebody in a dark room and we torture, murder them to death, and then we sell that on the underground. Like 8mm. You ever see that movie with Nicolas Cage? Good movie. Mm-hmm. It's all about a snuff film that a woman finds in her deceased husband's vault safe, and she's like, "What the fuck is this?" Find out what's going on, and Nicolas Cage goes on this investigation to get to the bottom of it.
Thank God, Nicolas
Cage. I looked
up
the word.
Yeah.
The dictionary says a pornographic movie of an actual murder. Okay. And then Wikipedia says a film that shows or purports to show scenes of an actual homicide. So I guess you wouldn't call war footage a snuff film, but
that's combat footage, and it's legal to sell ads on.
Seems like there has to be an aspect of sexuality to it, right?
If you can,
I didn't hear your words, Taylor.
It's that based on your definition, it seems like for the snuff film to be the definition has to like someone's got to be jacking off. Like
the dictionary one, yeah. Well, don't assume that none of us are jacking off. But the dictionary said it was pornographic. Does that mean sex all the time?
I don't know. Maybe not in that.
All the instances and references I've ever seen of snuff films involved sex or rape of some kind. Even like, and again, these are all film references from movies and film. But like American Horror Story, right? There's one of the characters. She had been doing like pornographic movies, but then like all of a sudden they tie her down and they saw her legs off with a chainsaw. And that's the snuff film that she was a part of. And somehow she survives it. There's a doctor there or whatever.
Porn has grown into a wider usage. You know, I see motorcycle porn, sunset porn, you know, whatever, like mechanic porn. And they just mean
motorcycle porn.
Just pictures of a motorcycle. There's no girls or boys in any of these things. It just porn is a term seemingly to mean great pictures.
Okay.
But it's porn being used incorrectly on purpose to emphasize the point.
I get that. Right? I guess I'm just saying that like language has changed and porn has seemed to have adopted a wider meaning of anything that you're really into.
I believe Webster, as you read him there, was definitely referring to pornography, though, in the literal traditional sense.
The traditional, yes.
Not in the motorcycle porn sense.
Yeah. I was thinking of this one thing. It's like a fetish, and you guys know what pedal pushing is, right? Like it's a fetish.
Yeah, like Tour de France.
I don't know what pedal pushing is.
That's bicycle racing, but that's
pedal pushing. I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Fill us in. What is pedal pushing?
So it's a fetish where apparently people get really turned on by like either a foot or a shoe pushing a pedal. There is a subset of that, or like it's kind of tangential, and it is women that are getting stuck in cars in the mud or snow. And they're fully clothed, and it's just fucking weird. Like literally, they're just in the car trying to get out of like a rut, and that's the entire video. It's 40 minutes of this.
Does someone show up to help and then
no, they're helpless.
It's just women bad at getting their cars unstuck.
Yes. So they're like popping the clutch. It's usually like some old Beetle or something. And they're like popping the clutch. The wheels are spinning. And she's like, oh no, how can I get so stuck? And you think it's like, oh, I'm stuck in the couch. Please help me, step bro. But there's no sex, So
there's nothing.
Are they intentionally incompetent or are they really stuck?
Oh no, they're intentionally. I mean, this is a bit. It's a bit they're doing. They're not,
They're filming a video. Yeah,
I need more realism in my.
So we're in like
amateur pedal pushing.
you want amateur?
That's when an actually incompetent female driver gets stuck in the mud on a rainy day, and then she's like back there pushing it, and she keeps slipping.
Yeah,
she scrapes her knee.
But that's it, though.
And Woody's like, I have a first aid kit, and I have so much training.
Kyle, do you want to talk about lightning in a bottle?
Kyle, Kyle, tell me about it slower.
That's like that, like going to help someone whose car's
first aid kit, and she sees how organized it is.
I do have a bomb ass first aid kit.
Of course you do.
Of fucking course you do. And very soon, Kyle's gonna get into first aid. And then he'll buy himself.
I've got a defibrillator.
The finest sutures.
All right. So I just looked this up.
How much do they cost? How much do defibrillators cost? That's a YouTube channel.
Defibrillator
channel. Where's the Jolton shit?
Oh yeah, defib channel.
People who are fine.
You're just like running around with just a prank, bro.
I wonder how much the paddles cost. Because the defib I think is affordable, like $500 or $600.
I bet the whole kit's fine.
I want the hospital version one where you can get people in a hurry.
The shit you rip off the wall and out of an office that are like made to be sold cheaply and then discarded when you have to escape the scene.
Yes, precisely.
How much is that? 800? Am I seeing $795?
$795. Marked down from 1610. We got to act fast, guys.
Taylor, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Is false advertising as big a crime as I'm made to believe it is? Like, if I say my toothpaste rebuilds enamel without any backing to that, is that like a real risk on their behalf? Does it actually have to do the things they say it does?
So basically, like a lot of how like the FDA works on that kind of stuff is like with FDA monographed ingredients. So let's say you're using a shampoo that's got aloe in it. I'm making something up. Okay. They can, as long as it contains a certain amount of aloe, they can make all claims associated with aloe because aloe has FDA monographed claims. And so they can say, this will moisten your hair, whatever the fuck it is. It'll soften your hair. Now, if they didn't have aloe and they tried to make an aloe claim without something else that kind of covered those bases, then there's the possibility they would get called on and be like, hey, we saw you were making this claim about teeth whitening, and there's no hydrogen peroxide in this product. How are you making that claim? Like that kind of
false advertising is very rare now because you've got lawyers that everything's going through to begin with, and the claims they're making are things they can stand on so firmly because it's already been nailed down. And they're often like, you look into it, like the claim doesn't matter anyway. Oh, it does build enamel because we did this case study in 1998 where 0.01% of enamel was restored after 6 months of continuous use.
And that can come down to like the, whims of the FDA. So like, let's say Johnson & Johnson, they're probably not going to get hammered too hard, because they're Johnson.
Is that a big company?
Yeah. Yeah, J&J. very, very big company. Procter & Gamble, another good.
Are they
CPG
like on
brand.
the stock exchange, or?
I think you could. No, they're
a public company.
J&J, P&G.
I thought it was that J&J guy. Those two guys, like Ben and Jerry's, a little small.
Yeah,
they're a little
bigger. Yeah.
Just lost a $293 million lawsuit.
Really? What happened?
Well, they were making. They were making claims that their stuff did what it doesn't. I guess they're like the protein energy drink. They claim to have super creatine, which I guess is not a real thing.
Who's the company that this
Bang energy drink?
Oh, I know about this.
Yeah. So 293 million. I don't know if it's going to be appealed or what happens there. And I guess their claims were just wrong. They didn't have the effects that it said it would on the can, and it didn't have the ingredients. And some of the ingredients, like I think super creatine, is not even a real thing that exists.
I've been telling you. Yeah.
Well, super creatine is like it's a proprietary blend, and so the same way that like you can buy a supplement or something, or you can buy a shampoo that says with hyper moisture technology. Like there's not actually something called hyper moisture technology. That's just something that's a proprietary thing.
We could say that something has lock and load technology infused if we took our product and fucking smeared some on you.
Sure.
What's lock and load technology?
And I mean, supplements are different because supplements are much, much easier because the FDA isn't looking at supplements directly. Like they're not looking at that the way they look at like shampoos, toothpaste, food, all that kind of stuff.
I just read, I didn't realize it, but Bang filed for Chapter 11. I always get my Chapter 7 and 11 mixed up. I think 11 is the bad one.
So
and
Bang tastes like shit.
They're not restructuring. They're running away. I remember them from back in the day when I talked about selling cars and being like super hyped up on caffeine. Sometimes it was Red Bull, but whenever I could get it, it was Bang. Because the finance manager there, he owned a GNC, and he was like, I got this new stuff called Bang. It's gonna be it's big. It's the strongest stuff. It had so much caffeine.
300 milligrams in one can.
I drinking a lot.
There's a Monster that only has like 20 calories or something. That's the one I tend to buy.
Yeah, the white Monsters are like 10 calories or something. Those are the good ones.
Maybe it's that then. Yeah,
I don't like the taste of those. That's sort of like, I don't know, sickly sweet Monster flavor. I've always preferred Red Bull, honestly. Like
it's acquired.
It is, yeah. It's like a licorice. I like licorice too.
You guys ever tried a drink called cocaine? It's literally called cocaine.
Negative.
I have tried that.
It was in 2006, like it came out. I'm just like reading up on it.
And
it's like,
the energy drink. Yeah.
No, I'm not asking if you drank like a.
I thought you meant a mixed drink that was gonna be.
Yeah, you mix cocaine into your Jack.
I don't know. Maybe it's Coke and a fucking candy cane. I don't know what's in there.
No. But it's like apparently it was like 6 Red Bulls or something concentrated into one can. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Jesus,
we have to talk about Twitter. Twitter is just
traffic's up. It's winning.
Traffic looks
Dude,
up.
I'm the biggest Musk hater you'll find, but I've never enjoyed Twitter more than I have recently. Twitter is like the bomb. Here's Elon Musk. How do you make a small fortune in social media? Start with a large one. Yeah. Dude, he is having... So, one, I find Twitter to be super fascinating what it's doing. I pay more attention to Twitter since Elon bought it than I did before. That's for sure. I rarely go to my Twitter account, but I bet I'm popping in daily almost, like just to see what's trending and what people are doing. Mm-hmm. And I kind of want to see like it broken, but it hasn't been broken for me mostly. That tweet took me 2 tries to load. It said it was unavailable. I don't know if it previously would have.
I love when the engineer
was it down today?
One of his engineers like started correcting him, and somebody was like, "Hey, at Elon, this guy is not a team player," and Elon's like, "He's fired."
Elon,
you're gonna let him say that to you? Yeah,
dude. So Twitter's a 16-year-old company, and in a week, it is like dramatically reshaped. He fired half the staff. There's 7,500 people that worked there. He cut that in half. The remaining staff, he sends out a company-wide letter, says things are dire. We got big problems here. You either take a 3-month severance or you commit to working hardcore. We're going to be lean and mean, 80-hour weeks, no more working from home. That shit's done. Every one of you comes here in the office. If you're exceptional, a really high-powered employee, and your manager vouches for that, you can work from home. But if you're not great and your manager vouches for you, I fire your manager. That's what he said. And 73% of the staff took the severance pay. They quit. So if I understand this right,
the 27% that are the best and brightest and most ambitious,
or
engineers.
Some might argue the 13%, the 14%, because you already cut it in half.
Yeah.
And then of that half,
the best of the best. I see where you're headed with this. God, he looks smart.
73% of the remaining half quit. He shut down the offices for a week. For a week, you can't go to Twitter anymore and work. I guess maybe they'll open early. I don't know. But he's like, more people took the severance package than we expected. All the employees are quitting and bailing. And the New York Times is like, we reached out to the communications department to see what Twitter said about this, but they no longer have a communications department.
Man, Jesus Christ! I mean, so what's going on? Like, has the site been down? Like,
no,
I haven't noticed anything.
Like, much like your computer, if no one operates it or keeps it running, it will keep going for a few weeks, months. You know, but eventually it's fucked up.
On. Like he didn't fire the people who keep the servers running.
Dude, do I have this right?
I would doubt that.
85% of the staff is gone now. Like,
but what were they doing? Like, what were they doing? Like,
I can't believe that 85% of the staff was unnecessary.
And I'm very ignorant. I'm when I ask that question, it's not a rhetorical. I'm like, when you run Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
What does that entail? Like, are there switches and knobs somewhere? Probably not. There's a computer that we're interfacing with. Yeah. Okay, what does it look like? It's not lines of code. Okay, we're not all hacker, man.
Switchboard, like World War II.
So now I'm imagining, like, what the fuck are you actually doing? Like, we got a whole different team who's like doing ad sales and like communicating with third-party companies and however that. What are you actually doing? You're fixing problems. If there's a fire, I understand putting that out. Okay, fires aside. What do you do here?
Right. So sysadmin make sure that all of the programs that are running are still running. You know, oh shit. For some reason, 2-factor authentication stopped working. Why the fuck did that happen? So I try to run it manually and it's like, oh, well, that didn't work. Oh, here it is. The network communication to that thing stopped working for some reason. Go ask the guy who runs the routers and switches.
This is a full-time position?
Yeah, well, there's 100 of these things to keep going, right? And it's some guy who's like, you know, when 2-factor stops working, they call me. When, you know, the fucking images stop loading, they call me. And I figure out what goes wrong. Mm-hmm.
So I understand all that.
Of all these steps along the way isn't working, and we get it to work again.
But even if there are 100 problems, as you say, that's only 100 employees.
Things to look at. Yeah.
Okay, let's say we put 10 people on each one. We're still got thousands of employees extra. Like you know what I mean? Like, I'm just wondering.
How many employees did they have?
7,500 is where they started when he when he bought Twitter.
That seems like a huge amount for a social media site.
Yeah.
And I think
maybe I'm wrong. It seems like a lot.
And again, coming from a very ignorant place here.
Yeah.
All right. Like we don't have. What do we have? Graphic designers on the payroll? We're not outsourcing that.
I imagine the company was a little bloated. That of those 7,500 employees, you could lose a third of them and be a pretty lean, mean organization. The idea that you could lose 85% of them seems like a lot.
They're gonna have to be a lot meaner.
He did it with Tesla. Like clearly he went in there and like had his choosings and put management in positions. Everybody's like, he doesn't even do that. He doesn't run that company. Okay. Who picked the management team?
He runs the company, that's for sure. I'm not saying he invents better batteries, but he runs the company and he makes some high-level decisions. And
I don't want to meet the guy who invents better batteries. That guy's a fucking loser. Okay, that guy's a fucking weirdo. If you're inventing better batteries, you cannot tell me a joke. Okay,
Elon Musk
can't tell you a joke.
Elon Musk is a weirdo too.
Elon Musk is only funny when it's like broken clock twice a day kind of thing. Like every once in a while, it's like he doesn't know why this is as funny as it is.
Joe Rogan was just talking about this.
He is.
I can't remember who Rogan's guest was, but he was like, yeah, I had to get Elon, loosened up. Everybody talked about the weed, but we had like 3 glasses of scotch. We were drunk before we even got to the weed, and I was just trying to loosen him up because trying to have the interview was like weird and kind of difficult at times.
He's a very hard interview.
Yeah, I think like bouncing questions off him, like that kind of communication, he isn't great at. I remember seeing that when that YouTuber was there at like SpaceX, and he was like, well, why can't you use the ion propulsion to cool both stages? And Elon was like, oh, well, actually, yeah, we're going to do that. We'll do that. Yeah, that's a good idea. And like, then they show a clip from 6 months later. He's like, yeah, so now we got the ion propulsion cooled on both stages. So got that sorted out.
That's interesting. Yeah, and he might have been an expert. Sometimes I think he isn't an expert and he pretends to be.
Sure. Well, I also think that being an expert is kind of like who's to say? I would argue that the guy running the space company who hires all the experts and they report to him on a daily basis, just because he misspeaks occasionally or he can't tell you the secret ingredients to the rocket fuel, I think he's still an expert. Like he's the guy. If I want to go to somebody and be like, hey, investors aside, how long until we actually are on Mars? And he's like, fucking full. We can't go to Mars. Don't you know about the radiation there, dude? This is all a scam. We can't go to Mars, by the way. We'd have to live under fucking ground. You can't go to Mars. You can't live there. There's nothing there of value. We shouldn't be going.
There could be.
There's nothing there. There's
gold in them Dar Hills.
There's gold in them Dar Hills.
There's gold in the asteroids. There's gold everywhere.
Yeah, but they're fucking whizzing by.
So everything's whizzing. The planet.
Yeah, but at least Mars, like we know where Mars is
just sitting there.
we know where Mars is gonna be all the time. Very predictable.
Know that about other things.
I think they know where all the things are going to be all the time if they can see them, right? You just do the math.
No, because they always do that bullshit where it's
and they're always right.
Narrow miss, and it's like you knew it was going to miss.
Anyway, I can't wait to see how this Twitter story unfolds. I'm compelled every day.
Record-breaking profits.
I don't know about I don't know actually. So Elon says we're not making money. We got to get rid of staff. Advertisers are leaving us. Maybe I'm going to sue these liberals who pressured my advertisers to stop buying. But I have a hard time believing that you lay off 85% of the staff and don't find yourself at least temporarily in the black. I mean, you got rid of all your expenses.
I bet servers are their expenses.
Servers and buildings and stuff. But I still
security and
predict that labor is their biggest expense. They're a software company, right?
Yeah. I don't know. No, it's been very, very interesting. When I saw him fire that guy in public, that's when I knew. That's when it was reaffirmed for me that Elon is a great guy. Like I
vote for him in the next election.
That was your takeaway from him when he fired him in public. He was a great guy.
I thought like when I saw the employee say that, I was like, can't say that. Can't say that. He's not. We're not all this. Yeah. You get fired now, and I like that he fired him in public.
When I was young, I could have made a similar mistake. I used to do that. I'd correct my boss in meetings and shit like that. This is like when I was 26. And it wasn't that I was wrong. It was just that I was an asshole. And I thought that because I was smarter than my boss.
There's a chain of command. We're on the same team. If it was the military, it'd be the same shit. The commander says that like, oh yeah, that the truck was red when it was blue. You better say yes, sir. It was fucking whatever he said it was. If it's purple, the next sentence, don't fucking correct him and make him look dumb on something that doesn't fucking matter. Like, say,
it took me a little while to learn that.
On.
Yeah, and it's like you were there in support of your manager. Your manager has a high level vision. You're not there to fucking prove you're smarter than him. That's not going to work for you, and it didn't work for me until I cleaned up my act.
Yeah, if you work for Twitter, your job is to make Elon Musk look smart
and rich.
You're supposed to.
Your job is to make money.
Make as much money for Elon Musk as you can. That's what my meeting would be like. Hey, who here realizes your job now is to make me as much money as you can?
So here's what Twitter's doing now. They have too much staff quitting. They don't want to lose as many people as they did. And a lot of people that are quitting, they wish they could keep. Cool. So they're reaching out to them and saying stuff like, hey, Elon Musk is a fucking winner. If you want to win, you stay at Twitter and we're going to make this thing great and we're going to make you rich. They're using like startup tactics to keep some of their staff that was their favorite. Maybe it works.
But I think Elon knows how to run that tactic for a while.
But he is the wealthiest person on earth. So
it would work on me.
Credit.
Hold on. What was that, Freddie? Hold on, let Freddie get it.
Oh no, I was just saying that he's been using that tactic for a while. Elon is a hype man. First and foremost, that's all he does, and I don't think the follow through never actually matters. Like, I mean, if you talk about what he did with Tesla, it's like, hey, we're making this Tesla Roadster in 2020. Okay, that didn't pan out. We're gonna have robo taxis. Your car is gonna leave your house when you go to work, and then it's gonna make money for you, and then it's gonna come back. Hopefully not with like cum and puke in the backseat. That didn't happen. The Cybertruck. Hey, you can pre-order this crazy thing out of Total Recall, and now you can buy the thing outright. Just give me $50,000 interest free for years. That didn't happen. Like the Hyperloop, there's a bunch like rocket propelled travel from point to point on Earth. Like a lot of this stuff, like the Tesla roof. Remember that stuff? Like,
I do.
A lot of this stuff is like pie in the sky dreams. And it's, it goes on to like the Lyle Landley or whatever the hell from Simpsons, the monorail guy.
Monorail.
Yeah. They say these trains are awfully loud.
Conan O'Brien wrote that, right?
They floated softly as a cloud.
I think so.
I think Conan O'Brien wrote that.
And it's like, he is a very good hype man because he has that cult of personality. And, saying he's like the wealthiest person in the world, like, I don't think like it's because of just this crazy machine that he has found himself at the top of, and he's using this to he buys Twitter, and then now he's the man of the hour. Everybody's just talking about him, which is like, it's kind of like the Trump effect. Trump came in and they thought, this guy is a dumbass, this guy is such an idiot, we're going to give him all of our time. And then he just became the most popular person in history. So, like, I think at some point his star is going to fade, and then people is going to realize that the king has, the emperor has no clothes. But
then he'll just buy like Australia or something, and we'll have to pay attention again.
I guess, but like, he
turned Australia around, start turning a profit down under. Outback steakhouses go global.
85% of the population leaves.
They're not Australian.
We should have more say in what's going on there.
In Australia? I'd like to have more
what's happening down there, really? Yeah.
I don't trust it.
Yeah.
I don't trust it.
Is it real?
They're all
you guys been there?
Remember, we talked about it. They sent a bunch of criminals from England to Australia to get the population up. Do you know this, Freddie? Yeah, they sent criminals, and they were like, "Oh, you're a violent criminal. If you marry this prostitute and move to Australia, you can be free." And so,
winning.
There are very few nations on this planet that still allow me to go there, and Australia's one of them. So let's take it a little easy on us.
We're just teasing them. We love our Australian friends.
It's like bizarro America down there. It's nice.
Yeah,
it looks real cool.
I'm here for it. I'm loving this story.
It's the best country.
I'm more interested in Twitter than I've ever been.
I am too. I am too.
I haven't seen that much change, like just popping on there and looking, other than like those few days where people were just making accounts with fake blue checks and being like, "Hey, I'm Eli Lilly, and we're going free insulin mode," and then they lost like billions of dollars in market cap.
Yeah.
I've read that so many times, and I tried to find out, why did Eli Lilly really lose billions? I want to know.
Yeah,
is it actually that tweet?
Yeah.
Is it actually?
Yeah. Did you see that like Lockheed or somebody had a similar thing? Like they had a weapons manufacturer was like, we are no longer selling weapons to the Saudis, the Israelis, or the Americans until they like become accountable. And their stock like had this huge dip.
Do you know what's horrifying about that?
I think there are algorithms that like automatically are like reading that and just like triggering the sell.
No, I don't think so. Like maybe,
I don't think a human being is like, oh, that's a real tweet. Sell. Like not enough to matter.
I don't know. Think of the kind of people who are like the lever pullers in that industry. They're fucking boomers who don't know. They still regularly are scammed by people like pretending to be Nigerian princes. Like, you've seen the Congress people who are like, why doesn't my phone have Facebook right now? And they're like, it's not on. It's not on, sir. It's not on. And it's like that's who's making decisions. Is like these boomer retards. Like it would not surprise me at all if some high up exec was like, my God, this shocking Eli Lilly, like I said this for real or whatever the fuck it was.
It's actually the second half of it when like, I don't know, Nestle comes out and says, we think water is a basic human right. And then Nestle has to be like, you know what? That's not actually in line with company values. We think all you fucks can die and don't give a shit. That's our corporate policy.
We steal your water and sell it back to you, lol.
And that is what they do.
That's what
the issue is that it's the reason why stock goes down is because it's speculation. It doesn't even have to be like, I think that this company is going down. I know it's a meme, but other people will think that, and that's all you need. Mm-hmm. And then it just becomes real. It's like Rebecca Black's Friday. Like we're ironically buying this and making her $150,000 a week. Meanwhile, everybody hates the song, but it's like number one on trending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's a good example. I wonder what she's up to now.
Probably swimming in money.
Prescient example.
I had a topic. Money. I lost it.
Twitter. Money. Twitter. Musk.
Porn.
Unironic.
Porn.
Probably that.
Hockey. Age of Empires 2.
I can't get my head out of Taylor fucking dryer.
Yeah, it was probably hockey related. It's probably something about the NHL.
Cheese.
About that. Cheese. We could riff on cheese the last 50 minutes if you guys want. All right, I'll do my tight 40 and then we can fill. I'll do my tight 40 on cheese. That would be so funny. Just do a whole I guess Jim Gaffigan basically did that with food, where he had multiple. Jim Gaffigan, the comedian, like I haven't seen any of his stuff in a very long time, but mid 2000s, he had whole hour-long sets that were just about like his pet peeves with food and his food preferences. And it was like, it was laugh out loud hilarious. Like Jim Gaffigan's.
The tuna salad gazpacho. At Subway. That water that like pools up in the tuna salad thing.
Tuna salad gazpacho. Yeah, dude, Jim Gaffigan. I'm sure his news specials are good too, but I haven't seen those.
Gross.
Have you not? Kyle, maybe.
I was going to say, like, Steve-O's always like doing something fun. I think he was on Rogan recently, so that's why I got some clips. But I guess he was on a show with some MMA fighters, and they like had them give him cauliflower ear. So he like lays on the floor, and there's like what looked like in the photograph. Pull it up, Zach. Pull up. Steve-O gets cauliflower ear, and maybe you'll find the image I'm thinking of, but I'm describing. But he's like lying on the floor, and it looks like a piece of like gym equipment. So there's like a metal bar on the floor, and he's got it on the back of his ear. Like he's laid his ear onto it, and somebody's about to strike his ear with an object. I don't know. I didn't look into it any further, but it looked pretty rough. I know that like Jim Norton, when he has fighters on, he'll have them choke him and like punch him full force and shit, like because he's not only a little freak, but he's a fan. So
is that Steve-O's ear? It looks like Steve-O's ear.
Oh God, I hope not.
Don't show this. Don't show.
Zach,
oh my God.
Picture, Zach, the before, not the after.
Oh my God.
Why is it translucent?
Oh,
is that cartilage? Is that what the inside of our ear looks like?
Is that what we look like on the inside?
I hate this. Zach, I can't believe you linked this.
Well, that's closer to what I was asking. Yeah. See, him is laying on the there with there's
no,
a
he's
metal
holding
bar.
it between two plates, I think.
Oh
There's
my God, no! I
the
see
road
that
to
now.
cauliflower ear, like it's a let's play.
Dude,
we're about to speed run a cauliflower ear, guys.
Yeah, speed running cauliflower.
And
That's really what he did.
Onslaught doing.
Yeah. Part
that's
one of
so
one.
awful. That's
That
so
sucks.
awful.
The 45-pound plates doesn't look so bad.
Is that the skin wrapped around the cartilage?
I can't tell that.
I don't want to look at
that
it
ear
anymore.
looks mutilated. Like he went too
Yeah.
far.
Yeah.
It looks like barbecue sauce.
In
like
high
he's lucky
school,
he didn't mince it off, like pinch his ear off.
amongst wrestlers, cauliflower ear is a trophy almost. Yeah, it's a point of pride. It's a trophy. It signifies that you spent a lot of time in the gym wrestling. High schoolers, where I went to high school, would put their head in a doorway and close the door on their
Jesus.
ears. Yeah,
Y'all crazy.
They didn't just wrestle more.
I think they wore the protection while wrestling.
I can just see this. What that dude? That's so lame. This is what I saw. Yep.
Wait,
Wow.
okay.
See the hammer?
They're gonna hammer his ear?
Oh, I see the hammer now.
Oh no, it's hammer time. That's a UFC championship belt. Who's hammering him?
Oh my God.
All right, so
I don't care for this.
Is Leon Edwards?
This
Is Leon Edwards hammering him?
We're talking about snuff film.
Yeah, I don't like this because I really like Steve-O.
Is that the welterweight champion of the world?
Zach says.
Jon
Are you
Jones?
guessing or are you right?
Zach just said it was Jon Jones.
It makes so much sense that it is Jon Jones because who else would hit Steve-O in the fucking head with a hammer but Jon Jones?
It was Jon Jones. Wow.
Holy fucking shit.
I like that he put the championship belt in the picture.
Look how
he's all.
Oh my God.
You'd have to give me that motherfucker after some shit like that.
He does have a chiseled jaw, though.
I want John's belt. I don't want that $800 replica that's a piece of shit off the internet. I can't remember which fighter, but they had him holding that replica, and you could the other guy was like, mine's real. What the fuck is that?
Here, I can read from this article.
Okay.
So the last, Steve-O says Jones then took a hammer and things went south from there. We'll start at the interesting part. So the last thing we did on one of his workout machines, I put my ear on the metal base bar, he continued. He put his light heavyweight championship belt and he puts it on my ear on this metal thing and he's hitting it with a hammer, a full-blown Home Depot hammer. And it seems like everything's cool. And in the footage, the hammer hits it and all of a sudden, just one hit, blood just splatters from underneath his belt. We all freaked out. We look, and sure enough, my ear is blasted to where a whole piece of my ear is just hanging down. And it's the most intense thing you've ever seen. We got a pair of scissors and just chopped off this whole piece of my ear. John did it. John chopped it. Just one piece.
Wow.
That's
Jon Jones hit him in the head with a hammer and then cut the ear off that was dangling with a pair of scissors. Jon Jones is so scary, y'all.
That is psychotic behavior.
That's insane.
Like Taylor,
who would
you don't
do that
understand.
even if asked?
Taylor, I know we can be a bit hyperbolic when it comes to fighters and this guy's the best, that guy's the best. Jon Jones is the guy. He's never lost a fight. And he's been the champion since he was 22 years old. He's 30-something now, well into his 30s now.
Yeah. He's
never lost a fight. He destroys people for a living. And he's the guy who cut his fucking ear. Oh, that's so fucking awful, dude.
That's awful.
If you're listening to this and you
painful.
if you're listening to this and you don't mind gore, you should try to find the pictures of poor Steve-O's ear because they're really, really gross. They're bad.
He's never gonna look. His ear is never gonna be normal. It's gonna
whatever you think Steve-O's ear looks like, it's twice as bad.
Yeah,
it looks like a hyena got to it.
It is like if you just showed me that image, I'd be like, oh, is this practical effects from a Rob Zombie movie?
It looks to me like a war injury, like a bomb went off or something. Like and skin was blasted off by like an explosion or something. It's so gross. Oh my god! And that's so. I stood up one time in bed, and the ceiling fan was on, and it clapped me in the ear against my head, like the fan did. And it was one of the more intense pains I've ever felt. It dropped. I dropped to the bed and just went, fuck. Like for a long time, it was this intense, sharp pain in the side of my head, like in my ear and in the side of my head. And I can't imagine what it'd be like if you let that motherfucker hit you in the head with a hammer.
Yeah.
Oh, it had to be so excruciating. What's wrong with that man?
Yeah.
He's sober.
He's rich.
He's rich and sober.
Like he's rich
this is
and
just
sober.
what he likes to do. Live and let live, I say.
And look, I guess we all clicked this and we're talking about it now, but like, God, how much money could that possibly be worth?
Not about the money. It can't be about the money.
It's not about the notoriety either. I know Steve-O's a badass. I watched him since I was a kid.
Yeah, we all know that he's hardcore and he just keeps going back to the well.
Not once has Steve-O ever went, I'm thinking about like piercing my chest just right through the middle. And someone was like, you're a pussy. You won't do it. No one's ever said that to Steve-O. Mm-hmm. Everyone believes him when he says, and everyone around him has to always be like, nah, man, how about let's go to the movies today. Let's do that instead. How about an ice cream, Steve-O? Let's do that instead.
I want to chop my dick off.
Let's eat my
Steve-O, dick. And this is self-castration. He's cutting his dick off.
I mean, they did a butt chug on Jackass.
No, I'm
Steve-O, this is the butt chug, and like you could die doing that, dude. Like
no, you can die from like hard liquor, but
he
like
sprayed it out easy, like right away.
Yeah, and one beer.
No, what was he doing? I
think he was doing beer.
He poured beer in his ass. Dude, I'll butt chug a beer every day for the rest of my life before I let Jon Jones hit me in the head with a fucking hammer and ruin my ear like that.
1,000,000%. Absolutely.
Like you'd be fine with it after a week. You'd be like, yeah, let's do it. You know what? I'm much more regular now.
This is what I do before bed. is get like weirdly fucked up in my ass. Like,
I can't come without it. Yeah.
You sleep so good. Yeah. But I'm not letting Jon Jones give me cauliflower ear with a fucking hammer and his belt.
And Jon Jones isn't the guy.
There are no guys. There's no guy.
Yeah, okay, you're right. But like
Elijah Wood.
There are people in the UFC who might be nice to you, right? Like I might trust Dustin Poirier. I'd roll with Dustin Poirier. I believe that I could roll with Dustin Poirier and be safe in the same way that a child could roll with me, and I would make sure not to hurt them. John's not that guy. Jon will hurt you.
You know what? You're 100% right, because here's the thing that we're not even considering. We're all focused on how crazy Steve-O is to ask Jon Jones to give him cauliflower ear. Jon Jones said yes.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that,
like a brute.
Not only that, clearly he hit him like way too hard.
See, like, that's what happened. That's Jocko Willink syndrome. He's going too hard in the paint. He's got to chill out a little bit.
Do they have
if you have the power to destroy, I don't want to watch a video of it.
I kind of do.
I kind of do. You want to see his ear explode into viscera?
I want to know if you can hear the metal twang as he's doing it.
Oh, I bet you do. Because if it like chopped part of his ear off and doing it, it definitely hit the metal.
You know who heard it really well? Steve-O.
Yeah. What does it sound like, Steve-O? Yeah, it's so loud.
It sounds like.
It just like what? Poor Steve-O. No,
I have a little story.
What's up?
This is like 2 days ago, right? All my mornings start the same. I wake up. Jackie makes breakfast. I put the dishes away. We have coffee in the kitchen. If it's winter, we turn the fireplace on. Cool. 2 days ago, Jackie's irritated at me. Everything I say is wrong, right? And I honestly forget the details of what I said, but like I did nothing wrong, and she's still like recasting every disagreement. Oh,
she's an angry avocado.
Yeah, she had a topic to talk about, which was Disney's raising its prices. And oh my God, she went through the higher and lower end prices, park by park, all the way through.
And you just don't care.
Maybe I'll give you $30 a month never to bring this up again. Is that a service you want?
To $138. Magic Kingdom is $140 to $100. And she's just going through giving me all the prices. And then stops, and she's not drawing any conclusions. I don't know what to make of this. I don't know if she likes this pricing, not likes this pricing. She's just detailed some really boring stats about Disney pricing.
You're trying to guess,
and I'm like, so what are you like saying?
Was that a question, or are you just reading aloud?
You know. And then she recasts it. She's like, you said like, I don't make any effing sense or this and that. And you know, when you do that thing where you can perfectly recall like the last 5 sentences, I give her one of those and she's like, all right, so you didn't like say that. But anyway, it reaches like 11 a.m. And thus far, I haven't done anything right that day. All the Yelp reviews are in. Bad husband, bad husband, bad
one
husband.
star.
1 star. That's a Bill Burr joke. But yeah. So anyway, I'm like, honey, you could use some mushrooms. And she's like, are you drugging me because I'm cranky? And I'm like, well, I don't like your phrasing, but this is a solid plan. She agrees. We microdose her. And me, because why the heck not? And it worked. So yeah. I like, what do you get from this? So one of the things that, like, if you take a hero's dose of mushrooms, I guess you're supposed to really go into a trance, like the ketamine experience that I've had under, doctor's orders. But I've never done a big dose of mushrooms. This is a micro dose where you take like 10% of a decent dose. And that turned out to be a little too much because she's like, Woody, I think I'm high. And meanwhile, I'm like laying down reading Reddit at this time. And I'm like, really? Not me so much. And I stand up and I'm like, oh, yeah. We can't drive right now. But the other effect you get, aside from like some sort of high and maybe like colors are a little more interesting, is euphoria. And that part we kind of got. Suddenly, I'm a better husband. And each day since then, which has been 2 days, I'm like, do I need to drug you again? She's like,
little does she know, she's already been drugged. You were drugged. Yeah. I make the coffee every morning now.
It tastes like shit.
That's not the worst idea.
You're like, you never let me drive anymore, honey. No, I don't.
But yeah, I microdosed my cranky wife and gave her the euphoria I needed her to have. So
that panned out.
Nice.
I am loving your new like solving things with drugs approach. Like, and usually people don't like start that in their late 40s. Like, no. But Woody's like, there's like all these substances that I don't know much about. Let's really give it a go. Let's give all of them a go. Like, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't.
When Woody's dad retired, he found religion, and when Woody retired, he found drugs and motorcycles.
That is cooler.
He went in a completely different direction.
Yeah,
and he's all tatted up now. Like he's like a biker.
So these psychedelics, like one of the things I'm most scared of is like personality changes, because like once that switch gets flipped, I don't know if there's any coming back from that. That's the thing that I'm like super scared of like trying that.
Do you really like this version of you that much?
Yeah, you think you're so great.
I mean, what's the worst? It can't. Let's
can't be that bad.
Roll the dice, see what we get.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you're a 6-sided die, I'm calling you like a 2 right now. Re-roll.
See, I don't.
Let's kick it up a notch. Let's just do it.
I mean, what
if you get next? But it probably won't be worse.
What if I take a bunch of mushrooms and then it like gives me clarity, and I'm like, you really shouldn't be saying these reprehensible things online every week, and it's like, no, it's my job. It's my job. I have to.
I don't care how many mushrooms you take. Nice. Anti-Semitism is not okay.
I went the other direction.
No, that's true.
Tavarish. Like Joe Rogan acted like DMT, which I've never done. It upgrades your RPG character. Like, oh my gosh, you'll be more creative. You'll be this, you'll be that. You'll be so much better in these 5 different ways. And your mind is open to new ideas, and you make appropriate risks, or whatever Joe Rogan says DMT does to you. He thinks it's the greatest thing, and it's a contributor to his success. I don't know if I buy all that. Joe Rogan buys a lot of silly things, but it was like, maybe whatever, bumping up my charisma by a point or whatever it is I get is good.
I've taken big doses of LSD and mushrooms, and I didn't notice any personality change. The worst thing that happened was, that little thing at Walmart where I passed out and had that whole thing with the police and the fire department, the ambulance and everything. But that's unrelated. Yeah, that was all fine. But that wasn't because of the drugs. That was in spite of the drugs, because I made it out of there. That was good. That was an interesting day. But so no, I don't buy the whole personality change. Like, maybe it could give you some insight, and through that insight you could maybe gain some perspective, then be a slightly different person, be a better person about a specific thing, about a particular area of something. But I can't imagine you like going in and being like, I don't know, an accountant who golfs every weekend and coming out like a free spirit who wants to be barefoot and join Greenpeace or something.
No, I don't think it has to be like extremes, but it's just like, not really trusting the world around you anymore. Stuff like I don't really.
No. You'd have to go so far down the rabbit hole. Like I took 4 or 5 hits of LSD. I don't remember. I was fully in control. I mean, the walls were a little melty and the paintings dripped and stuff, but like, I was like, yeah, I'm still me. I'm here. I know the address. I know where I am. I know this drug wears off in about 8 hours. So let's have some fun.
It sounded like you had a lot of euphoria.
Yeah, like really giddy and just having such a giggly, like giggling and laughing until your jaws ache and you're like, I don't know, like your throat hurts a little bit from that, like doing that over and over, like you've ever laughed that much. Mm-hmm. Then 3 more hours of laughing, and that thing where you just be like, someone would look at me and be like, "What are you laughing about?" And I'm like, "I'm not laughing." "What are you laughing about?" I'm like, "I'm not laughing."
So you're just giggly all
like you just fall apart and you like fall into the giggles, and they're like, it's like really, it feels really good. To like completely be relaxed and just at peace with everything. But I'm not over there like, oh God, am I a good person? Am I even a real man? like I'm not falling apart over there or anything. I'm just
I mean the stuff that Joe Rogan has talked about is like, you get overcome with an emotion, and then you start to think about things with in a different perspective, like you were saying. But I just think that people's brains can be different, and people can resist things in a way, and then that can like lead to like negative outcomes. Like they can start freaking out, they can become paranoid, things like that. So like
this is
I think you'll get from
not
it.
On it.
I think you can often get from it what you want to as well, because I went in wanting to have like a silly, goofy time. But if you went about it like time to do some introspection, time to look at this, and maybe even like, oh, I've got this depression that I'm feeling about my aunt who passed away. I'm going to think about that a lot while I do these drugs. Like, Jesus Christ, who knows what could happen? If you're just looking at a picture of your dead aunt and thinking, and the aunt reading the letters from her and just sinking into that pit of despair, like, no thanks.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I'm kind of with you, kind of sort of, because like that's how I approach the ketamine, not necessarily dead aunt, but it was like, look, I'm not in a good space right now. I'm trying to pull out of it. What are the things that make everyone around me happy and myself? And like, I went into it with almost like a job assignment. It's a really pleasurable experience. Like it sounds awful, like you're doing work, but no, it was just a warm slip and slide with ideas that came to me that never were doubted for a moment. Everything was brilliant, according to me. And in hindsight or retrospect, because I wrote down my thoughts, like they were good thoughts. It may be obvious, but good stuff for me. The mushrooms I haven't done in a big enough dose to do that, but I did have a similar experience to Kyle around a campfire where just everything was funnier than it should have been and lots of euphoria and good times.
Yeah. But I love psychedelics.
Don't do it then. Like I'm not pushing anything.
Yeah, don't fucking do it. Yeah.
Don't do it. It seems like you're in a good place. I know you got a bomb ass guest house. Just keep doing what you're doing.
God. A man's got
hardwood walls.
I know, one room has 3 different kinds of walls. Like God knows
they don't give these things to just anybody. You have to ask for it.
Request colored walls.
What is at the top of the blue wall? Is that a wallpaper or crown mold?
That is
like marble.
That is a shitty wallpaper. Yeah, I mean we gotta. This place has tile. It's not. It's a mess as far as like theming goes.
There? Do you have electricity?
We got. Yeah. It's.
You guys are all making fun of me. I feel like the wall
in the
background is dope.
I'm living in the future. So yeah, I mean, like the whole drugs thing. Like I've never really taken anything. I've never like smoked weed or anything, and it's not because I have any aversion
alcohol?
to it. I'm not like a religious or anything like that. I just feel like I have a very addictive personality. I have 30 cars because I love buying cars. And if I really, really like something, I'm just going to keep doing it to my detriment. So that's why I'm like scared of that,
Yeah.
Follow. Yeah. And if you're feeling happy, why add it
to
in?
Me too. But I think Taylor nailed it.
And it sounds great. Yeah. I mean, like I'll try
you're
tomorrow.
winning,
Let's do it.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know?
Like if you're even at all like, I don't know if this is going to be good for me, then don't. Seems like you're in a wonderful place now. No reason to fuck with it.
Well, it's interesting because like happiness is a thing that I've only recently started thinking about. If I'm getting a little bit philosophical, I for a long time I hadn't even considered my own happiness. It was just like I did things because they were like I consider them the right thing to do. So either by obligation or like I'm trying to take care of somebody or this is just what happens in life. I'm at a certain stage, so this is what I have to do. But my happiness was always kind of like out back. Maybe I have some momentary, glimpse of happiness, but it never really occurred. But then like I started thinking about, well, I'm not really enjoying what I'm doing. I'm not really, I'm content. I'm proud of some of the things I've done. Like it's more of a like, okay, I've accomplished something that I wanted to accomplish, but it doesn't really give me joy. Like people say, my wife makes me happy or my job makes me happy or something like that. And I never really got that. So like, it's only recently, like before I moved to this house, before I like started, adopting some different, like I had a lot of changes in my life in the last year. So like, now I'm actually thinking about what makes a person happy and whether those things are healthy for them to go. I mean, like a junkie's happy, right? Yeah. Like they're searching for that high, like momentarily.
Sure.
And like they're searching for that little morsel of happiness. So I've just been, thinking about that and like you talking about psychedelics and I'm like, oh, that sounds really cool. I'm just like really kind of wary about it.
It's understandable. Like,
yeah.
You like I have like no experience with psychedelics. Like took a very small. I couldn't even tell you the amount I took in like freshman year of college, and it was just enough to like make the TV like breathe a little bit. Like not even like the intensity of like, oh, the colors are so wild. Like it was the most mild thing. And yeah, I've felt the same way for a long time, probably through ignorance, my own ignorance, but like I've always been kind of spooked of those because there's this feeling of like, so it's going, because like I smoke weed regularly, I enjoy it, but it kind of mellows me out. I don't like getting so high that I'm like panicking like some people do. Like Kyle sometimes, like when we had our last weedcation years ago, he would be like, you ready to get scared? Because he likes to smoke so much weed that like he's like blasted and like almost scared, he's joking, but like I don't like that as much. And the idea of like not being in control of my perception like really kind of scared me. And now that I've talked to Kyle and a lot of friends here that have done it before, I'm much more calm about it and realizing like I'll be around someone who took acid and like you can tell they're on something, but it's like, oh, that guy's like he just got up and went to the fridge to get a soda. Like, and now he's texting someone back and he's asking, Julie what she's going to order for dinner. And it's like, okay, this is not the scary situation I imagine.
It's not
like,
reefer madness, right?
You imagine like a reefer madness, like that kind of propaganda where it's someone just incapacitated. They have no like conception of what they're seeing, which is just not the case unless you like, I guess, drink a vial of acid, in which case you probably will lose your mind.
That guy that did DMT on the Hangout was there. Not for very long, but that he was definitely, that guy wasn't texting anybody.
Oh yeah. He was in a bad place for about 5 minutes. We had a guy. Time. Yeah. The second time.
The first time he was in a pretty great place for about 5 minutes.
Yeah. And so, I think we learned something about DMT that day too. Like
once
that you don't fucking puff it like an e-cig. Like you do it, I guess. And then you put it in a safe until the next time you want to do it, or maybe he just did a ton of it. I don't know, but for Freddie's benefit, we were on our patron hangout. Check out the Patreon linked below, and like he was talking about how he's like a super regular user of DMT, and so we were like, "Would you be willing to do it in front of us?" Like we were all curious, like, what are you going to be like, eyes glassy, not even like, kind of, we're not even in your world anymore, or what's it going to be like? And the first time he did it, like the time that looked fun, he was just very mellow. Like he was responding very slowly. So if you ask like, what are you seeing right now? He'd be like a shower of what looks like silver. And now it's becoming a liquid. It's moving with, and he was just kind of describing stuff like that. It wasn't until the second time that he hit it that like he vomited because I guess he was, too far in the alien realm or whatever they say. So yeah, that one still spooks me a bit. DMT, because it seems like there's mushrooms and acid.
It's a fine line,
yeah. This is just again my ignorant drug my drug ignorant brain. I think of like shrooms and acid down here, and then DMT is like, all right, once you've graduated from that, this is like the hardest of hardcore. But
I want DMT so bad. I can't wait to do some DMT. I want to do so. I'm gonna go so deep into the fucking deep end too. I'm not even gonna. Everybody's like, oh, dip your toes, see what it's like. No. I'm gonna rip and tear. We're going deep. I'm gonna hit that thing as hard as I can, 3 or 4, as many hits as I'm gonna go. I want to see.
Find out what the hero's dose is and take that, huh?
I'm going to take the heroes. I want to see those fucking elves. I want to talk to them. I want to send those elves to my enemies because nobody ever tries to do that. They're always trying to be, oh, it's the elves. I'm scared. No, I'm going to show them I'm here. The boss has been earned. I am the prophesied one. And then I'm going to start ordering those elves.
I am the cream.
I am the cream. On
bone saw is ready. Bone saw is ready. I got you for 3 minutes. Playtime. Yeah.
God. That was such a meme when I was before memes were memes. The bone saw is ready thing was like a catchphrase amongst my friend group. That movie was really big, like right as I was graduating, I think, right around that time.
Which movie is it?
Spider-Man. First one.
Yeah, Peter Parker's trying to raise a little cash, so he goes to an underground like cage fight. And Macho Man Randy Savage is there as Bonesaw. Bonesaw is ready.
I saw that movie, and I remember the scene, but I didn't remember it at the time.
Yeah, it's a pretty iconic scene. I have a question. So, you guys are you guys in the manosphere? This like
more than I should be.
God, I feel like it's a soap opera, and I can't stop watching this garbage unfold. It's like red pill community, and they're like giving all this advice to incels or whoever, and it's just a train wreck, like from start to finish. I love
my
it.
wife holds me responsible for the things I watch. I feel like I would like to off-source that blame to YouTube for keep giving it to me.
Next time, I mean, look, she's watching Deep Space Nine all day. Question her about what the Cardassians did to Captain Picard. Okay. Don't bring.
Okay.
All right. We want to talk shit. I mean, that's actually next generation. See if she even knows.
Mm-hmm. I like where you're going.
No, you should be able to watch. I didn't know what you meant by manosphere. Is that what you said?
Yeah, this would be like Andrew Tate. Things who I've talked about having on the show.
I caught up quick, but I didn't know it had like that it was referred to that way. I just started watching the YouTube shorts not too long ago because I find TikTok to be kind of weird and creepy, and sometimes there's some weird shit on TikTok I'm not into. But YouTube Shorts seems to be a little bit more family friendly. I don't see anybody die on there. And but I get recommended a lot of that manosphere stuff, and I guess it is the stuff that I watch, but it's not necessarily that I like it. I just find it entertaining.
Yeah.
You see the difference?
Yeah, absolutely.
I find it entertaining when you drop a bomb on a Russian from 400 feet. I don't like it. I wouldn't want to do it. All right, I take it back. I do want to drop a bomb on the Russians. I would love to do that. God, I want to do it so bad. Remind me, I'm high off of our city.
The manosphere and perhaps responsibility for watching it.
Look, it's got an audience for a reason, right? There are a lot of dudes who are struggling for any number of reasons, and they need somebody that speaks to them, right? Because nobody else is. And these guys and girls are saying, "Hey, you got some problems, but it's not all you. I mean, look at this and that and the other. They're hypocrites. They're liars, and they're full of shit. And you just have a personality disorder. You can fix that." like that's often the deal. I don't know about. I see a lot of the women hating stuff. They actual misogyny, and that's a little bit much. But when I see women being called on their actual shit, like being treated like equal participants in the dating world, I like that.
I like it when they call out women who have super high expectations for what they want in a man, but don't deliver on their end, right? You're short, you're fat, you've got like 4 kids from 4 different baby daddies, and you want yourself a multi-millionaire guy with 6-pack abs?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Stop acting like you're all that. You know, you're not like it. And I like to see
Woody's gamer tags don't grow on trees, ladies.
I like to see him shot down a peg or two every once in a while because I feel like they're doing the opposite. No one's good enough for them. They're always knocking the guys that are available, saying they're not good enough. And it's like, hey, who are you? Like, what do you bring to the table here? Like like, I don't know. I'll do like a hypothetical single Woody. All right. So what you're asking is for me to buy your breakfast, lunch, dinner, put a roof over your head, and all the clothes you could ever want for the rest of your life until the day you die. And what do I get in return? You know, like, you better bring some bomb-ass companionship.
Mm-hmm. Are you funny? You right? You do stand-up or something? Because that'd work. You do a little show every night. Like, I'm talking 4 to 6 minutes during dinner. That'd be worth something.
Just do a type 5, yeah.
If it's dinner and a show and you're the show, I'm cooking dinner. Good God. Look, some of that's manosphere stuff sort of trends into or treads into the area of just absolute misogyny and just like real, like, I don't know, it reeks of insecurity sometimes. But then sometimes they're just quoting stats and being like, actually, the truth is things are like this, that, and the other. So it's hard to nail down. Obviously, I don't like the mean shit that's not true and it's just cruelty for the sake of cruelty.
Yeah.
But I do like people being educated on both sides of the coin on something as important and like universal as dating and sex and love and all that.
There's
family.
This concept of the wall, right? I hear this a lot in the manosphere. They talk
Build
about
it.
And what the wall is a woman who's hit 30, right? So she, all through her 20s, she's the most desirable thing around. She goes through her hoe phase or whatever. She gets any guy she wants because it's easy for a woman typically to get a guy who wants to have sex with her. Not easy to get a ring, but it's easy to get laid if you're a pretty girl. And then they hit 30 and they hit the wall. And then all the guys that she wouldn't have gotten with, now she wants to get with them. She's lowered her standards because she's on the other phase. And they're mean to her. That's the thing I don't like. I don't know what the cruelty comes from. Why are you dancing on the grave of this woman who hit the wall? Like, why? Like, don't be a dick about it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that, and honestly, I think it sets up a lot of guys to go after the types of women like these. You know, if they have a hoe phase or whatever, they go after these women just to get their numbers up. You know, like, you have to sleep with as many women as you can because that's how you become a high value male. Like, your value is intrinsically linked to.
That's not how you become a high value man. That's your reward for becoming a high value man.
Right, but your value is now your value is tied to how many women you can sleep with. Right, like that's the like.
That's how you keep score.
Women
but I don't
telling
think
you are high
horse before the carriage.
I'm kind of with Kyle on this, but how you become a high value man is you 6'6", right? 6 foot 6 inches, 6 digits. Those are then you're a high value guy and you get all the girls. Is what I'm seeing on the manosphere.
Is that a hard and fast rule there?
6'6". I didn't either. You think I made that up on the spot? That doesn't come from here.
I think it's like if you were talking about your baseball player or your football player stats. Oh, he runs the 40 and this. He hits this many RBIs. He has this many goals scored. Like, whatever stats. There are stats. Yeah. You give 3 stats on a player, you're like, Hall of Famer. So yeah, it's fair to say 666. Let's go.
Okay.
If I told you the guy was hitting 40 homers, 150 RBIs, and his on base percentage was like 500, you'd be like, holy fucking shit, sign him up.
Meanwhile, you can also look and you can see a guy, you know what else? In the 222 range. Not good.
The baseball player.
The guy who's 2 feet tall, 2 inches, and he has $10.
He could have 99.
That guy's not getting laid. See, that's
6 feet. What does this bitch want? A spider? So I think they're just playing a different game because, like, if you have guys in their 20s that are looking to get laid, like some of the stuff really does work. You know, like if you're just take care of yourself, you know, eat right, exercise, have good hygiene. Like, some people need to be told this, right?
Oh yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah, for sure. And women look at this, and that's all fine. But the thing is, if you're trying to get a long-lasting relationship and you're trying to cultivate some sort of, intimacy or vulnerability with a partner, like that stuff happens in a long-term relationship that only happens.
So many dudes smell. And I found this out because obviously, like, we go to like PAX and like all those conventions where the nerds go, and it just stink like the devil. Like, anybody's never been to these events, you think we're exaggerating? It smells like a farm. It's so disgusting.
Yeah, so it's like Axe body spray and BO.
So those people know, and it was kind of weird to me. I think only now I'm maybe coming to this realization about why women my whole life have been like, oh, you smell really good. Now maybe that's just a compliment that women pay men when, like, just to be nice, or when you're dating or whatever. But I think what it is like they've smelled so many stinky men. They'd be like, oh, what are you wearing? I'd be like, that's called soap. It's like
Irish Spring.
Blow your mind.
It's literally Irish Spring and deodorant. And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, you must hang around with some stinky men that like Irish Spring and deodorant is like ooh la la. Like that's what it is. And we've met so many stinky dudes. When we meet fans, like I would say 40% of like people, that's too high. 25% of the people we meet, like who showed up to like come to see us, this means they're a pretty serious fan. They smell, they have an issue. They have a BO problem, and they are unaware of it because they've become accustomed to their own funk, right? Oh, I always catch it. There's some
25 smells so bad that feels like 40.
We were outside.
Yeah. I mean, I've been to like more.
That's also true. You were like the big draw, so people were talking to you. I was more just a friend of the YouTube guys who also has a channel.
That's Kyle and company.
You were invited because you were an all-star, just like everybody else, except for that one guy who like yelled at children.
I didn't like that.
Don't shoot my camera.
You liked it.
He's your friend, not mine.
He's your friend, not mine.
This is
He's my friend, not yours.
He's making content.
Absolutely.
I'm making content, or he was. That kid cried.
It's all part of the process.
You know how many FPS Russia shirts I had to give him? That's not true.
Do you guys get the people coming up to you that are literally shaking? Like, you ever get that?
Yeah, some people have what's that? Michael J. Fox?
Parkinson's.
Yeah. We do a lot of charity work like that.
No, I'm not talking about Parkinson's. I'm just
of course he's not.
I don't nervous people.
I'll be honest. I don't like you bringing
Mr. Fox, calm down. I know you're a fan.
I don't know. I don't like you making light of these brave veterans that have the shakes sometimes. Okay, like PTSD isn't funny.
Not to reschedule you.
Are you making fun of Master Sergeant and the way his hands tremble now after he stopped the grenade? Is that what you're giggling about right now?
How dare you stand where he stood?
I've seen people shake and have like really wet hands and smell, and I've had people give me gifts that are embarrassing to accept.
Like what? Can you give an example?
Things that they value very much, but I have to like really, oh yeah, that's so cool, thank you so much, like things they've made, stuff like that. But I always try to be as kind and nice and as accepting as possible, and never make somebody feel bad because they've shown up to see you. Like, they can't help they're fucking weird, but I ain't got to pretend like they're not. I do. I'll pretend while I'm in front of them.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, because you don't want them to
then
kill
later
you,
on, I'm gonna let you know, like, that guy scared me. That guy was weird. I've met some creepy people, for sure.
You have, like, given your, I guess, kind of region there on YouTube and what you did, you met some unique fellows.
Yeah, there was the one guy at that last paintball event was like, "You need to stop doing what you're doing," and I'm like, "What the fuck am I doing?" I thought he meant like what I was doing right then in that moment. Like, did I like? Is my dick out?
Keep that up.
You making light of the Russian, like what? It was something like that. He didn't like the Russian thing or something. And it was just like, dude, are you like an adult here at this amusement park for children here today, confronting me? Like, is that your son?
He was standing at the Holiday Inn that morning, like rehearsing that in the mirror, like anticipating your responses.
So serious. He was like a 40-something-year-old man. I was just like, all right, well, hey, you might be right. You might be right.
What a douchebag.
No, there's just people that are weird. Twitter headquarters. What do you got here?
Yeah, Zach can show it. I just thought it was.
Oh, they're See, that's pretty cool. That they're projecting Elon
Zach,
Musk.
can you show it?
Petulant, pimple, apartheid, profiler. Oh, profiteer, dictators, ass kisser, a lawless oligarch, insecure colonizer. All right. When you bring out the word colonizer, I take personal.
Right. As an American, I feel like I'm caught in that net.
I feel attacked.
That means cracker. That's what that means. When they say colonizer, they mean cracker. Every fucking time. And I've been saying for years that if Karen was Shaniqua, we wouldn't think it was so funny. Oh, look, she's being a Shaniqua. What's a Shaniqua? Oh, it's a loud black woman who doesn't get her sauce.
Yeah, that wouldn't have fly.
You can't say
He
that.
wants to yell at the manager. What are you being a Shaniqua? I ran into a Shaniqua.
I'll let you try and start that.
Not so funny, is it?
You want to reclaim that? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like that from Clerks, like when he didn't realize that porch monkey was an offensive term. He's like, I'm taking it back.
I'm taking it back.
My grandma used to call people porch monkeys all the time. It was like, your grandma was racist.
Come to think of it,
your grandma was racist.
He goes, come to think of it, she did call a broken wife.
Jesus Christ.
It's like, that's the worst thing I've ever heard.
It's horrid.
Clerks 2 is great. Clerks 2 is great.
I never got that into the Clerks.
That was when he finally realized that his grandma was actually racist.
Now that you think about it,
I hadn't really thought of the Karen versus Shaniqua thing. It's like I said something similar on PKN. Like, it's very much okay to give white people a hard time, whether you're calling them Karens or I feel like boomers white thing. Maybe it's not. That you can just. Every white person is successful because of their privilege, it seems. None of them, of course, deserve anything that they've accomplished. And but you apply that to any other race, and it's a non-starter. It's racist. It's anti-Semitic. It's something else. And I don't know. Let's be nice to everyone. Or
it just shows that it's
our consolation prize is winning. So
it's wrong to treat people differently. Based on their skin color. I thought we were all kind of on the same page. But.
No, we're not. No,
guess not. Yeah, no, Taylor. Jesus Christ, that's not nice.
Like the first time I ever encountered, not even encountered racism, but I realized what racism was. I was a kid watching Family Matters, and
good show,
great show.
And you remember, like, every time they had one of these hard hitting episodes, like, on a very special episode of Family Matters, and they're like, okay, this is the racism one, or somebody gets sexually assaulted, or somebody's dad goes missing, or whatever. So this is the one where Laura gets, like, one of the daughters in the show. She gets something spray painted on her locker, and it was some racial slur. I can't remember what it was. And they were like, oh, well, they hate you because you're black. And then, like, as a kid, I'm like, why? Like, why? I absolutely
you didn't grow up with black people?
No, I lived in a place in the country that was 70% Hispanic. The rest were black. I think there were like maybe 10% white people, but I could not, for the life of me, I'm like, they hate her because her skin's different. I was like, that's so stupid. Like, what? Like, why? Like, I thought it was like they were making fun of her or something. Like, but it was so dumb. And then I realized, like, oh, this is a thing. This is a thing that a lot of people apparently care a lot about. Sure. And I still, to this day, I don't understand why. So, that was like, maybe that was just like childlike naivete. Like, I was just super naive and I didn't know anything about the world. But I was like, this is just dumb.
I think you already said, where did you grow up again?
New Jersey.
Elizabeth, New Jersey. Camden would be. I have a summer home in Camden. Okay. I summer in Camden.
Yeah.
Are you trying to claim that your town's worse than Camden?
It's not worse, but it's pretty bad.
Right.
Yeah, Camden is. The cops left Camden.
Oh, are you guys coming into a shitty city fight?
Camden is real bad, man.
Hold on, I need to look up the Camden murder rate and see if I can hang with St. Louis.
Oh, you have to.
This is just going to make St. Louis look bad.
But they don't report anything. So, like, how do people
same
know?
With St. Louis, they just don't really. You can just call the police and they'll be like, "Oh, there's an assault. That's a damn shame. Like,
man,
that sucks, man.
Somebody should do something about that.
Good luck."
Oh, I'm gonna recommend again, because I don't know if any of you did. You got to see Barbarian, the movie Barbarian.
I watched it. I enjoyed it.
Oh, Did you tell me that already? I couldn't remember.
I don't know if I told you, but I did like it. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
I found out the director of it is the guy from The Whitest Kids You Know, the one with the shaved head who had the jar of PCP. So he's the director, and in the scene where they're in the bar and they're like shooting the shit back and forth, and he's like, "Tell me the truth, bro. What really went down?" That's him. That's him. Like.
I can't believe I didn't notice that. Whitest Kids You Know was like the funniest first comedy troupe I found on YouTube in 2007. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and they were huge. You remember how big they were at the time?
Or something?
Yeah, IFC, and they were the only really big comedy troupe I knew of.
They were my favorite. They always have been. But yeah, that's not his directorial debut. He also made this awful comedy with Trevor, rest in peace. Like maybe 12 years ago. But this is good. Barbarian is good. It's really interesting. It has this 3-act structure that are different lenses, different aesthetics. I think they even changed the aspect ratio from Act 1 to in Act 2. It is creepy. It is kind of gross and off-putting, and there's some Me Too stuff there, kind of like in the subtext, like right there on top, really.
Yeah.
And I didn't mind it at all because they did a good job. They did a good job about there's this whole subtext about trusting strangers. It's good. I like it a lot. Highly recommend it.
Drama or thriller?
Subtext is generous. It was ham-handed.
Here's the premise. Like off the bat, girl shows up to her Airbnb. The key's not in the lockbox. A guy opens the door and he's like, "Hey, this is my Airbnb." She's like, "No, this is my Airbnb." They check their credentials. They both are they're double booked. It's legit. They went through the rigmarole, and then they decide to stay there together and share the place for the night. And then some really awful, scary, crazy stuff happens in the house, and it's a nightmare that doesn't end until the end of the movie. It's pretty interesting stuff. It's maybe 90 minutes long. It felt kind of short.
It's got twists and turns. I really enjoyed it. Yeah,
there are twists and turns.
There are some unsettling parts, which I really enjoy. Those horror thrillers that just don't rely on hammering you with a gruesome torture scene, but it just unsettles you.
I agree.
You're just ooh, I'm feeling, I'm not afraid. I don't even know what I'm entirely afraid of.
Everybody recommended Terrifier 2 to me as a horror movie to watch. You gotta watch it. It's this indie movie that's made 5 or 10 times its budget. It's too gruesome. I don't want to see that. It's a clown hacking people up for 2.5 hours. It is
I'll watch it.
Anything after an hour and a half is just gravy,
It's a lot of gore, and I much would rather watch Barbarian.
This is a way scarier clown than it.
Yeah,
this clown would fuck it up.
Well,
badly.
It is an interdimensional demon who so maybe not. And the clown's just an asshole with an axe, but nonetheless, if you want to watch a gory movie, Terrifier 2, and if you want to watch 2 of the better horror movies I've seen in a long time, Nope by Jordan Peele and Barbarian by that guy from Whitest Kids You Know, whose name is escaping me.
Yeah, we'll check it out. So you guys want to call it a show?
Yeah,
I do want to call it a show. It is time to play Darktide.
Thank you so much for staying with us the whole time. I know it's a fucking trek. Where can everyone find all of your stuff?
Yeah, just search for Tavarish, Tavarish. You'll find my stuff.
Very nice. Very nice, sir. Cool. Thank you so much.
Check it out.
Cool,
PKA
Thanks, guys.
622.